Good evening, Yankees Nation and baseball fans. You're here on The Ugly Truth with Ken, and we are going to be doing Game 1's play-by-play Yankees versus the Rays. We are currently on a 3-game winning streak, hoping to extend that to 4. On the bump for the Yankees is going to be Carlos Rodon versus Shane Baz. Yankees have been playing fairly well over the last week or so. Hello, Natalie. Hello, Nancy. Welcome to the stream. I am going to go over this evening's lineup. For the Yankees, leading off and playing center field is going to be Trent Grisham, hitting .247 on the season. Aaron Judge will be DHing, hitting out of the 2-hole, hitting .333. Cody Bellinger will be out of the 3-hole, playing left field, hitting .266. Giancarlo Stanton will be cleanup in right field, hitting .299. Ben Rice will be behind the dish, hitting .239 in the 5-hole. Paul Goldschmidt will be at first base, hitting 6th, .280 on the season. Jazz Chisholm has been dropped in the order. He'll still be playing second base, hitting .236. Anthony Volpe will be at shortstop, hitting in the 8-hole, hitting .215. And manning third base this evening will be Jose Caballero, hitting .223, facing up against his old team, the Rays. For the Rays, their lineup is as follows. Simpson will be playing left field, leading off. Diaz will be at first base, hitting out of the 2-hole. Caminero will be at third base, hitting out of the 3-hole. Lowe will be at second base, cleaning up. Jason Kim will be hitting 5th at shortstop. Burrell will be DH this evening. Former Yankee Everson Pereira will be in center field. Mangum will be in right field, hitting 8th, and Fortis will be behind the dish. That is the lineup for today. How we feeling? Wyatt is being mean to you? Well, that's not very nice. For those of you that have just joined our stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. We appreciate everyone who has taken time to join the stream. Hey, Jake, how's it going? Yep, it is looking like a rain delay, and we will sit here and wait it out. Thank goodness I have a few minor technical difficulties. Hopefully, this will be worked out by the time game time starts. There's without little doubt that the Yanks are going to get this game in. Felix, I don't think that Judge getting to 40 is going to be an issue. Like, share, and subscribe to Yankees, the ugly truth. It can be ugly out there sometimes. However, it's baseball and it's supposed to be fun. Jake, does it really make a difference if Judge is calling Boone out? Boone's going to tell him to go play wherever he's going to play, and he's going to go do his job. No need for controversy or drama. Doesn't bode for team chemistry or any of the other stuff that's truly important to us. In the long run, we are looking at making the postseason, getting to the World Series, and bringing home number 28. Anything past that is just minutia. All right, while we're in a rain delay, I'm going to drop the link. Hey, Lynn, welcome to the stream. All right. I've dropped the links. Anybody wanting to hop in, go ahead and click it. I'll bring you on the stage. So how we feel this evening? Optimistic, pessimistic? Think we're gonna hit our 4-game winning streak? Has anybody heard how long this delay is supposed to last? D-Train, 12 in a row. And here we go. So if the Yankees win 12 in a row, D-Train, where do you think we'll end up? Wild card ranking / division. No worries, Sean. Hop up when you feel, because I don't know when we're coming out of delay. And Joe, that's exactly why they played a bulk of their games in the early part of the season, because of all the rain down in Florida and them being at Steinbrenner Field, no damn roof. Well, D Trade, I've been saying that for a while now, and people tell me that I'm crazy. So, what did we have for dinner, everyone? Since we're not conversing enthusiastically, everybody likes to talk about food. Those of you just hopping in, please hit the like button and share the channel out. And if you're not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. Normally, I have an open panel today, but my wife stayed home from work with a migraine, so I was tending to her needs and just did not have the opportunity to come on. So, with the rain delay, perhaps we can get to it. I'm going to keep the stream going until the game is over with. Generically, D Train, I would not disagree with you whatsoever. If you want to come up on the stream, I've dropped the link down there so you can save yourself some typing. How many games do you think we're taking in this series? 1 or 2 or none? I got a late start for dinner, so I decided to have some tomato soup. As a channel, we're growing slowly but surely. We are up to a grand total of 292 subs. And I'm going to bring Sean Browning up. Hello, Sean, and welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just waiting on this rain delay. But you know how it is down south. We got these afternoon showers that can pop out of nowhere.
I definitely remember my time in Orlando.
Yeah.
I was down there going to Nuke Power School, and every damn day for about 20 minutes it would rain. Then the humidity index would go through the freaking roof. So are you off tonight? Or are you going to have to go to work later?
Yeah, I'm off tonight. But I gotta work tomorrow. This special event for my second job. But at FAMU, one of the colleges I work at. But or it's a college that I do security for when I got events going on.
Well, pays the bills, brother. Definitely.
Yep. But just got to deal with crazy people with the college move-in day.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I remember those days for myself, and my kids. Actually, 3 of them stayed local. One of them went off to Kansas. That was an event.
But yeah, it's a.
Hey, Chef Nick, welcome to the stream.
But yeah. Sorry, I got the radio because I'm in the blackout area being in Florida.
Uh-huh.
The MLB TV app, it's got you where you can do the radio options.
Yeah, but the thing about that is if you're a smart tech guy and you can set up a VPN, you can get past that. I just don't happen to be that smart guy.
And me and technology, we have a love-hate relationship, and I mean, I can do those like Stream East or different other VPN, like the roundabout ways.
Right.
But the problem is they're prone to buffering and other headaches. So sometimes I'm just like, you know what?
And for those of you that are here, as you know, I bowl on Wednesday, so I will not be calling the play-by-play tomorrow night's game. That's going to be available on NY Yankee Mania with Joe and Evan. However, I will be calling the game with them tomorrow afternoon. The Blue Jays facing up against the Pirates. That's one that could have an impact on the division, and hopefully our boys can pick up some more ground on them tomorrow. Last night was it should have been a quadfecta, but we only ended up with the trifecta where the Blue Jays lost, the Red Sox lost, And what was the other game I was tracking? I called the Guardians game. Guardians won. Oh,
Yeah.
the Mariners. The Mariners lost too. So we all ended up with a 540 win percentage. For some reason, we played less games, so they put us in the number one slot.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I was looking at the standings today. We're second place. We're only 5 games behind the Jays. So we're within striking distance.
Like I said, I made the call yesterday. I think we're taking the division.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Jays were kind of playing above their heads. And they're starting to come back down to earth.
And let's see. Speaking of the Jays, they are going to be having Max Scherzer face off against Mitch Keller. The Mariners are up on the Phillies tonight, and they have Bryce Miller facing up against Christopher Sanchez. So they're facing a real good pitcher. And Red Sox will be locking it up with Miko Gano versus Walker Buehler.
But yeah.
And
Here.
The last game that I'm tracking, Tanner Beebe is coming back, and he's facing Eduardo Rodriguez from the Diamondback. If all goes well, we could pick up a game on several teams tonight.
Yeah.
I have not seen anything, Graham, that puts Vladdy on the IL. He left the game with a hamstring injury last night. Lord only knows.
Yeah, they may play it day to day, but given his diva status, he might try to, play in just because he wants to. So who knows?
So, Nick, you're the chef. What was for dinner tonight? Make anything good? And don't tell me McDonald's. No comments, man. We're quiet tonight.
Yeah, but no. I don't know. I just put some Atlantic salmon in the oven. And I'll bake it for a few minutes. What I'm doing.
That's a good meal.
Butter seasoning.
I am hanging with. I'm hanging with tomato soup.
Hey, you know, I'm probably gonna do a baked potato with it, but I was just gonna change it up because having the same meal over and over and over, it's like you get tiring after a while.
If I was doing a meal like that, I'd probably have some sauteed asparagus. Could go with sauteed zucchini and squash too. That wouldn't be a bad combo with that meal.
Yeah.
What does Graham got to say? I'm feeling a tad. She's shocked. Just bought a new truck, and geez, is the bank. Yeah, without a doubt. Any type of vehicle is expensive nowadays. Doesn't matter where you're at.
No, I mean, you look at a value meal, or like a combo meal, fast food joint, you're paying $14, $15 an hour.
No, I'm
$15.
talking. Graham was talking. He just bought a truck.
Oh yeah. No trucks. Oh yeah. I mean, if you buy a car, look,
Truck, car, vehicle. It doesn't matter. They're all expensive.
hey, a used car, you're lucky to get one running for 1,200.
So, what kind of a truck did you buy, Graham?
What do you say?
And the Zuzu.
Oh, those are nice trucks. I didn't know they still made them.
Well. Let's see. As for today's scoreboard, the Cubs actually beat the Brewers 6-4.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, Graham, aren't you in like Scotland or somewhere?
The Astros and Tigers were locked up at 0-0 in the third. Blue Jays are clubbing the Pirates 5-1 in the top of the fourth. Going to the top of five, the Cardinals are leading the Marlins 4-2. Heading to the bottom of the fourth, the Phillies are beating the Mariners 3-1, so that's a plus for us. At the end of the fifth, the Mets are beating the Nationals 5-0. In the third inning, the O's and the Red Sox are locked up at donuts. Top of third, the Braves are leading the White Sox 2-0. As you know, we're in a rain delay. In Kansas City, the Rangers and the Royals are locked up at 1 apiece in the top of the second. In Minnesota, the A's and the Twins are locked up 0-0. And those are our active games for right now. We need some turnabout for good stuff to happen.
Yeah. That's nice, Graham. But yeah, no, my dad used to have a Zuzu back when I was a little kid. I think we bought it off an auction or wherever he bought it used. But I love those pickups. Just they don't sell them here in the stateside, I don't think anymore.
Well, let's see. When I was a truck guy, I liked the Fords. F-150, F-250 with the extended cab was my preference. I didn't have anything big enough to haul with a 350. Dodges I never really cared for. I like like some of the Chevy trucks too.
Oh yeah. I like the slogans they used to have.
I was never really a big Japanese truck guy.
No, I like the Japanese cars. Like if I buy a Toyota, I usually go buy a Camry or Corolla or the Sienna when I was married.
See, my wife drives a Corolla. My son John drives a Camry.
Yeah.
My kid's sister drives a Benza.
Yeah. Oh, my oven's beeping at me.
right,
check
go
on.
handle some business.
All right, I'll be right back.
Those of you just hopping in the stream, we are in a rain delay. Not sure when it's going to break. However, we're going to stay live until game starts, until it ends. Appreciate y'all having the patience to be on here for a baseball game. And I'm running a little bit of an open panel, so I'm dropping the link once again. Anybody who can, feel free to come up and we'll bring you up. Hey, Bryce, welcome to the stream. Don't think it's too hard to find, but appreciate you being here. If you haven't, hit the like button and share the channel out. And if you feel like it, subscribe. Talking about some programming notes for tomorrow. Since tomorrow is my bowling day, I will not be calling a play-by-play on Yankees The Ugly Truth. However, I will be calling a game. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I will be calling a game tomorrow with Joe and Evan on NY Yankee Mania for the Blue Jays Pirates game. And then as I roll off to go bowling, Evan and Joe will be handling the Blue Jay or the Yankees facing the Rays. Well, hopefully you have a good show. You enjoy the show, and hopefully we end up with a win. That would be a plus plus. Graham, with Hedrick going to the IL, if Yarborough is not available to come up yet, he's pitched some very good outings at AAA, and I think that he may actually be ready to come up and take the long release spot in the bullpen from the left-hand side. However, if he is not available, I suspect that Scott Effross will get the tap, and he'll end up back up on the major league roster. Any predictions for tonight? Yeah, my prediction is Yankees are going to take this one 6-2. And the only reason I say 2 is because Carlos has been known to give up a freaking long solo shot upon occasion. A lot of occasions here lately. But as far as matchups, there's only one player on the Rays that has any significant at-bats against Rodon, and that's Yandy Diaz. And I think he's hitting like 305, maybe a dinger against Rodon. Everyone else is pretty much non-existent. And on the Yankees, we have some people that have some decent at-bats against Baz. Baz has, I think, 5 pitches in his repertoire, but he throws a 4-seamer and he throws a curveball. 4-seamer's got some velo on it. It's running close to 97 miles an hour. The curveball's like 85, I believe. He's got a good speed differential there. It's going to be patient at bats against him. We faced up against Baz actually in March, and it was April 19th, I think, and we ended up tagging 5 runs on him. He only made 3 1/3 innings, so he is a pitcher that the Yankees are familiar with and can get to.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Aaron Boone jumping the gun about Judge and Judge is correcting him with his quotes. Honestly, Bryce, I don't give a shit. I do not care. The thing is to play as a team, win as a team. If the manager misspoke, Judge could have probably handled that behind closed doors. Don't see the need to do an open forum correction.
Yeah.
But God's honest truth, Boone is the boss. If Boone tells Judge you're DHing, guess what? He's either going to say, yes, boss, and DH, or he's going to sit his butt on the bench and Stanton will be in there DHing instead.
Right. And honestly, it's the Yankees, so it's going to get blown over. It's going to get blown out of proportion because it's the Yankees, and the media loves to blow up, or blow anything the Yankees do, into a bigger issue than it really is. Bottom line, Boone and Judge, when they're talking, and Boone's gonna make a decision as a manager, and then Judge is just gonna have to follow through as a player. And,
All right, boss, 2 bags full. And let's see, Chef Nick is on point. Warren is a prime example of learning on the job and trial by fire. That is old school exposure there. Without a doubt, Nick, because the way that analytics runs, if we didn't have the serious pitching injuries that we have, Warren would still be in the minor leagues. He would be working at AAA trying to get ready for next season to be up on the major league roster. If you sit down and look at Warren's performance, he leads all rookie pitchers in strikeouts and by a significant number. Also, when you look at Warren, if you take 3 bad starts out of his hopper where he didn't make 3 innings, his ERA is mid-3s, which is fantastic. Somewhere near the numbers of Leafs Hill last year. Bryce says, I think Judge has a lot to say, though. I'm sure he does. However, when the boss puts the decision out, guess what? The decision is the decision. And people who want to keep their jobs, they fall into line or they pack their bags. Yeah, the media will amp things up for New York, without a doubt.
Oh yeah, I mean that, especially when it pertains to the Yankees, everything gets in the spotlight. It's one of the reasons why Cashman is so make sure that it's tight-lipped in the front office. Because imagine if there was a leak, if some leaker was like leaking everything that they were talking about.
All right, thoughts on Ryan McMahon. Excellent acquisition. If you look at the other third base acquisitions were out there, everyone wanted Eugenio Suarez because of his power numbers. Well, since he got traded from the Diamondbacks to the Mariners, he's hitting ballpark 105 with 1 home run. Can you imagine if we would have brought him to New York with the cost that it would have been? Fans would be booing his ass out of the stands.
Oh yeah.
And then you'd be hearing the narrative that Cashman's a chump, blah blah blah. He got taken. So
right.
McMahon coming to New York. If you remember with Cabrera, Peraza, and Vivas, the team third base batting average was roughly about 170.
Yeah.
McMahon's hitting in the 220s. So that's a 50-point jump from the average there. So that's plus offense. If you look at McMahon's glove compared to the other 3, load's better. Plus, we didn't give up a hell of a lot for McMahon, and we got 2 more years of control of him past this season. So there's no need to rush somebody up from the minor leagues or go out and try to sign a high-priced free agent that the Yankees probably wouldn't do. The trade deadline was very good for the Yankees because it actually addressed long-term holes that we had. Initially, we were going to have 3 holes in the bullpen. Guess what? 3 controllable arms came back.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some people that are down on the IL that haven't made it back, like Jake Cousins, for instance, who will be back next year at some point. Clark Schmidt with his second UCL surgery, I do not see him being a starter anymore. I think he will be a long relief guy out of the pen.
Yeah, I don't.
We have Lasagna, who we hold an option on, and I just can't see us picking his option up. I think he'll walk. There's no chance in hell that the Yankees are going to make an attempt to bring Devin Williams, as bad as his outings have been in New York.
No,
the only one that would be a question mark is Luke Weaver.
Right.
And I think he would actually be a solid retain.
And
if you look at, go ahead.
No, I mean, yeah, with Weaver, I think we retain him, but he'd be like a setup man to partner to trade off with Duvall, because Bednar, we got controllable years. He's our closer, but then you got Duvall, Weaver, and then you could have Bird next year as the setup guys, or when Bednar's unavailable, one of them can close the game out.
And don't forget about Jake Bird. A lot of people are down about Jake Bird. He's having to adjust to throwing away from Coors Field, where he pitched most of his games at. Mm-hmm. And for those of you that don't remember, when the Yankees went there, our breaking stuff did not work at all, and pitchers got hammered, especially Clark Schmidt in the first outing. He refused to throw his 2-seamer, and he got hammered. He didn't make 5 innings.
Right. And then the thing about McMahon that I love, I mean, he's excellent defensive, one of the best in the game at third base. But remember this, we went into the season with Cabrera having most everyday third base opportunities with Peraza and Vivas. But then when he went down, we had to go Peraza, Jazz, and Vivas. And then we were having a whole bunch of errors on the left side of the infield with Volpe and Jazz in both of them. And McMahon, he cuts down on all of that. Jazz goes into his natural position. And he's doing a whole lot better at second base than he did at third. And then, yeah, he's batting .220. But he's been a clutch. He's been clutch at bat and in the bottom of the hole when we had a lot of automatic outs at the bottom of our lineup.
Without a doubt. And one of the questions out there is, how do I like Duvall? Duvall is a good pitcher. I don't think that he is actually a closer. I know that he was relieved from his duties in San Francisco as the closer. He tends to get a little bit wild. He could be a decent setup guy or even a 7th inning guy. He's got a powerful arm there.
Yeah.
And I think working with Matt Blake will help him get better control of his stuff.
Right.
Let's see. Comment from Evan. By the way, welcome to the stream, Evan. Bird has better numbers at Coors than on the road. Yeah, there's no doubt about it, because it's 2 different pitching methodology. Nowadays, he is going to be pitching away from Coors Field. John, take it for a sec.
Yeah. And yeah, Jake Bird is pitching with, but also the other thing too is we overused, or the Rockies overused Bird because he was the best reliever. And just like it was with Leiter, when Leiter came from the Cubs, so there's that adjustment curve. And then, like you said, the Coors effect, the breaking stuff doesn't really break in high altitude. And Coors is mainly a fastball park. But it's a big, huge park, so it doesn't affect. If you throw a fastball and it's a meatball at Yankee Stadium, it's going to be over the short porch or it's gonna be out of the park basically.
Without a doubt. So, I mean, the moves at the trade deadline added and helped solve a lot of problems this coming postseason, or actually this coming off season. If you truly think about it, the only position that we have to truly address could be first base.
Yeah.
A lot of people are subscribing that we should go after Kyle
Very
Tucker.
common. Well, yeah, they
Kyle
want Kyle
Tucker
Tucker in the outfield, but
to
you're gonna
shift Bellinger to the infield at first. Me personally, I don't see the Yankees going after Kyle Tucker.
yeah.
He has got a hell of a contract that's coming up this offseason. He's probably going to be a $500 million baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yankees aren't going to pay that. He's
Yeah.
coming into his year 30, or he's in his age 30 year. And
Yep.
the back end of that contract is not going to be good.
Yeah, I see Cubs retaining him. I mean, because they gave up a haul to get him.
Yep. And Bryce says that Fernando Cruz rehab assignment started off allowing a double on his first pitch of the inning. Then he went on to strike out the next three batters.
Yeah.
He's getting there. It's just going to take a little bit of time for him to get back in the pocket.
Yeah.
And let's see. Go ahead.
I see either him or Yarbrough coming up with Hedrick just going to the IL today. And they haven't. I mean, it was a little too late to call for have a corresponding move. But I see either Yarbrough or Cruz coming up in place of him.
And let's see. Graham says, in his humble opinion, he looks at Duvall as an attack dog like Weaver. Don't disagree there at all.
Yeah.
Let's see. Caballero might prove to be the best acquisition. Dude has wheels on him. Definitely a speedster there and a contact hitter.
Yeah.
And Evans says that he would not go after Tucker. Followed up with, we have young outfielders next year like Dominguez and Jones.
Yeah. I don't see Cashman acquiring an outfielder in the offseason because you got Judge, you got Bellinger, but then you got Dominguez and you got Jones waiting in the wings. So they'll probably let Grisham walk because Grisham will probably get like a 5-year deal.
Well, I'm going to tell you the world according to Ken. I look at the Bellinger Grisham situation. If Bellinger pulls the trigger and opts out, seeking a longer deal with more cash, I give him the first shot at coming back as a Yankee. If he doesn't, I bring Grisham back in a heartbeat, without a doubt. I might actually hear the soundboard. What do you want to hear? All right. I'll give you. What we don't want to hear is because that means we're dead. So we don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
We'd like to hear a lot of this. And being that we're in George M. Steinbrenner Field, I wouldn't mind hearing that.
But and then the other thing too is I see us going after first base. If we go try to get, because we're gonna need it, because Goldschmidt's probably gonna retire, or he may try and do like a ceremonial signing with the Cards.
Diamondbacks probably.
Yeah, or Diamondbacks probably, and just um, and then other than Ben Rice, Ben Rice, would you rather have him as a catcher or a first baseman?
Well, everyone's going to say that I hate Ben or Austin Wells, and I don't hate him. I just don't think that he is a long-term solution behind the dish for the Yankees. I would put, without a doubt, I would put Rice behind the dish as the everyday catcher.
Yeah.
I would retain Ascara as the backup.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I'm not going after a free agent first baseman. There's not a need. I would bring T.J. Rumsfeld up to man first base for the Yankees. He's actually a
Yes.
first baseman, and he has uh, he has been hitting major league. He's major league ready now.
Mm-hmm.
And if Goldschmidt would have been on the IL because of his sprained knee, I would have brought Rumsfeld up right away.
Oh yeah, and I agree with that. I wouldn't mind the Yankees going younger, because especially since Howell's been saying, that he wants to bring the payroll down.
And honestly, I'm moving on from Dominguez. I'm putting him out there in a trade package in the off season.
Yeah. Do you think it's just the injuries just kind of derailed him, or is it just he's just having a hard time adjusting to the league?
I think that he is a Juan Soto type outfielder. The scouting reports, everyone says and uses the excuse that he is a natural center fielder. Well, the scouting reports is Dominguez as a center fielder is he was below zone. He was a below average center fielder.
Right.
Okay, you take a below average center fielder and move him to left field. Guess what? You have a below average left fielder, and he's shown that every time the ball is hit, he scares the crap out of me. That one play that he let the ball get past him, roll all the way to the wall in St. Louis.
And it turned out to
That
be a
fat
triple.
sucker, that fat sucker ended up with a stand-up triple.
Yeah. Imagine if he was
Hey,
any faster.
hey, Jason, how you doing, brother?
If the runner was a speedster, he probably would have ended up with an inside the Parker.
Yeah, if Jazz was running on that play, no doubt, that's an inside the park home run without a doubt.
Oh yeah.
But long and short, I don't trust his defensive skills. I don't think he's an exceptionally good outfielder. He's got some pop in his bat. He's got potential, and that's why I think he actually has a market to possibly get moved and bring something back to the Yankees.
You think he would thrive in a smaller market or a not so spotlight town?
Could be. I mean, that kid's probably had more pressure put on him than any player in Yankee history coming up.
Oh yeah, when he got slapped with the label, the next Mickey Mantle, at 16 years old. Well,
you can thank the media for that.
Oh yeah.
I have dropped the link once again, so anybody who wants to, please feel free to hop up and speak your piece. Just fielding some questions. Hey, Merck, how's it going? Fielding some questions and a little bit of conversation while we're in the middle of this rain delay.
Right, and the other thing is too, I would move on from Wells because it's not just the sophomore slump. It's like the league adjusted to him hitting wise, and he hasn't adjusted back. And then the only thing behind the plate that he provides of significance is, his framing ability, but that's going to be gone soon. And he calls an average game. and most of the pitchers prefer calling the game anyways.
Do I think that we're going to get tonight's game in? Without a doubt.
Most showers in Florida last 20 minutes.
Trust me, for 3 years, I know that.
Well, I'm just saying, I've been in and out of Florida for most of my life, and it's always been that way.
Any updates out there on the weather from y'all? Have you seen anything?
I haven't seen anything, but I live in Tallahassee, so I'm like 3 hours away.
Bryce asks me my thoughts on Michael Kay. You like him as an announcer? Actually, no, I don't like Michael Kay at all. I think he's a self-important blowhard, and for a guy who is employed by the Yankees, he sure does tear down management, players, and everybody else.
Well,
definitely not impartial. I mean, hell, he'd be better as a partner with Eduardo Rodriguez tearing the Yankees down on ESPN.
Yeah, I have to find it funny because the Yankees gave him his shot at fame, or opened the door for him at fame. I mean, he started out as a beat writer covering the team. Then the Yankees gave him a chance for color commentary on the radio. And then he went from that to play-by-play in 2000, somewhere around there.
Yep.
He was part of the rotating doors with, Ken Singleton and all those guys would rotate who's playing by play, and then he got it. But yeah, I mean, and then he had that center stage, and then the radio and all that stuff. The Yankees have been very generous to him, and then he's kind of just become this ego who's got all big that he can talk bad about. But the guys who signed his, check all those years. I mean, if he when he had that Michael Kay show or center stage, if Yes didn't broadcast it, would it got any success?
Yeah, like I says, I'm not a fan of Michael Kay. So
yeah, no, I agree with you. Like he was okay when he started out, and I liked some of the things, but I think it was because he was surrounded by other color commentators that made it more enjoyable. If you get what I take, like the Ken Singleton, and when he was partnered with Bobby Mercer, those guys.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, Ruocco, in my opinion, does a lot better job now as the Yankees play-by-play.
I mean, hell, you could leave Girardi there. He seems to be on par doing it.
Well, Girardi does it. I'm sure Paul O'Neill could probably do it, but he doesn't really want to talk all that much.
Well, O'Neill's sort of there to be the comic relief.
Yeah. Who else? Or, I mean, Justin Shackles, he could be a real good play-by-play guy on TV. I mean, he did it on the radio in place of John Sterling last year and the year before when Sterling didn't do the games because either they traveled too far or whatever the case was.
According to the report that I just read, it looks like it's going to rain until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Probably about 30 minutes from now, before they start pulling the tarps off.
Yeah. It's going to be a late game.
Guess what? We're here for the haul.
Yep.
You seen, I'd be a Yankee broadcaster, except 10 seconds after I dropped the F-bomb, they'd fire me, and I'd be sanctioned by the FCC. So, yeah, I think I'll pass on that one.
Yeah, remember there was that Oakland guy. He said something, and it got taken out of context, and then he was gone.
Without a doubt. We've been streaming for an hour, and we haven't had first pitch yet. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Keeps
No
the chat from sitting here looking at me be bored. I get some questions to ask.
Yeah. And then, Joe's probably planning a whole bunch of shows he wants to do.
Could be.
Could be. I mean, Yankee Mania is awesome show. And they got a lot of fun stuff there going on. Hey.
Jason, my thoughts about the Boone Judge dialogue, I don't care. It just doesn't make any matter. For me, in my opinion, Boone is the boss. If he tells Judge to do something, guess what? Judge is going to do what the boss tells him.
Right.
I think it's more of a media flare-up to gain support or clicks or some crap. It's like Marcus Stroman in spring training. They tried to spin everything Stroman did as a negative that was him creating a bad environment for the team. And the team was like, no, he had a scheduled day off. He did exactly what he was supposed to.
Right. And if you want to have your article reach the front page of the paper or get a lot of notoriety, write something about the Yankees. Who cares if it's blown out of proportion?
Bryce, thoughts about Victor Robles throwing his bat at the pitcher? I mean, he got plunked, sure enough. Throwing a bat, probably not the smartest thing. He got an ejection, and I haven't seen any.
No,
I haven't seen any. Go ahead.
Announced he got a 10-game suspension, but that's a basic suspension that they do pending. If you get ejected from a game, you have that pending 10-game, suspension automatic. But in my opinion, I think there should have been more. But
it's stupid to throw a bat at any player. What if he actually hit him?
Right.
He's going to go to jail for an assault.
Well,
remember the Jose Offerman incident? Actually, I don't remember that one. And let's see, Yassine is reporting the Red Sox are finalizing a deal with Daniel Lowe. He just got cut by the Nationals.
Right.
That's a solid move for them. They don't have a first baseman, per se.
They don't. They haven't had one since Casas went down. Then, and like to point, I remember the days with John Rocker, and some of the Clemens and Pedro, Randy Johnson, all those guys that threw up and in all the time.
All right, we're going to go do some scoreboard updates. Right now, in the middle of the fifth, the Astros and the Tigers are still locked up at 0-0. Heading into the bottom of the sixth, the Blue Jays lead the Pirates 5-1. Bottom of the sixth, the Cardinals lead the Marlins 6-2. Phillies in the end of the 6th are beating the Mariners 4-1, so that's a plus for us. At the end of 7, the Mets are beating the Nationals 7-0. In the top of the 5th, the Orioles have a 2-1 lead on the Red Sox, another plus for us. Top of the 5th, the Braves are leading the White Sox 4-3. Top of the 5th, the Rangers are leading the Royals 2-1. Bottom of the 4th, the Athletics are leading the Twins 2-1. And in the second game with the Brewers and the Cubs, the Brewers are leading 1-0 at the top of the second.
Right.
And that's your scoreboard as of right now.
Yeah, but and then also remember that Hideki Arabu throwing at the Oriole in retaliation for throwing the Orioles threw at Bernie Williams after he hit a home run. And then they hit the next guy in the back. So Arabu, he threw it, and as soon as the batter got plunked, you see Arabu throwing down his glove and charging at him.
Well, this is candy butt baseball now because they don't do that like they used to in the old days. But you also remember too, in the old days, whenever a player got taken out, slide at home or slide through at second base, there were fists that are getting laid out there.
I mean, you seen the ones with Posada and Baritek when they collide at home, and then they didn't even disengage from the takedown. They're already throwing jabs at each other. A-Rod, Baritek. But that was back in the days when you could collide with the catcher and try to make him drop the ball.
Well, I mean, if you go back into the 70s, look at Nettle slide into third base against Brett. How many fights they had there?
Oh, yeah. Or when every time that Willie Randolph got tossed into the outfield.
I mean, like I said, they don't. It's sort of like the NBA, too. You look at the NBA in the 80s and whatnot, too. Those guys were throwing fists left and right on the court. And a lot of times they didn't get thrown out of the game.
Nah. I mean, imagine if Shaq got thrown out for every time he elbowed somebody trying to dunk it. Because remember they do the hack to Shaq? And his way out was he threw that elbow. The only way to get room with the way they were hacking him, he would throw the elbow and then dunk it. But, man, if they ejected him for every time hit.
Well, I'm going to bring a question up by Yassine. Do you like old school baseball back in the day or the current baseball in this era? There are things that I like and dislike about both, actually. I think that Manfred did a good thing by making the DH a universal thing because National League stars had no place to go when they were winding down. They could be solid hitters, but just didn't fit into the positional scheme. So I like that. The things that I like from the old school, being a pitcher and whatnot, is pitchers would not be afraid to throw inside. If somebody was crowding the plate, it wasn't uncommon to see a fastball come up under somebody's chin. And back in that day, also the thing that you have to remember, Dave Kingman, don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He is the first baseball player in history to have 200 strikeouts in a season. And back in that time frame, you had ball players like Tony Gwynn who wouldn't strike out 10 times in over 600 at bats. A lot of players never struck out over 50 times in a season. So I like that, but people are enamored with people hitting home runs. And when you go to that type of production, you tend to get a lot of strikeouts.
Oh, yeah. And I also like the you know, 90s. They did a lot of hit and run, especially
Well,
when you had to do with the pitchers. You you had a lot of hit and runs. I mean, the Yankees. I mean, Joe Torre, who had a lot of success as a National League manager before the Yankees, he would use it quite often. You'd see Knobloch get on, and then Jeter would hit and run, or it'd be Jeter and O'Neill doing the hit and run, and then
and
man,
back in
Williams.
that day, stealing was a thing. I mean, that was Ricky
Mm-hmm.
Henderson's calling card.
Right. You had and then you remember when Alfonso Soriano came in the league, and that he was brought in at first as a pinch runner that would steal bases. But then when he had his full season, he had 30-30. We're flirting with a 40-40 season.
Graham brings up a comment, but don't you think that players are way fitter these days? Well, you know what? They may be fitter, but they're damn sure not injury prone than you ever saw back in the day when you had slobs out there throwing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, could you imagine?
And I mean, look at CC Sabathia during his playing days compared to what he weighs now.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's a Hall of Fame pitcher you're talking about.
Right. But then you also had guys. I mean, could you imagine what players in the days of Yogi during his playing days would it say about today's game? I mean, they were fit because they had to work other jobs to pay in bills, when the season didn't. Because they were getting what? Thousands of dollars for play.
But you kept playing the game for the love of the game. That's not the case today. And you also have to remember back in those days, too, it wasn't uncommon for a player to play his entire career with a single organization.
Mm-hmm.
It was a miracle that they were able to keep the Yankee core teams together.
Yeah. And then, I mean, then you look at guys like Cal Ripken Jr. I mean, he was saying later on he played through countless injuries, but you weren't going to take him out of the lineup.
Ripken's record will, with the way that players play today, will never be broken.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, you saw what it did.
Just like I think that the 56 game hitting streak will never be broken.
No, I mean, the closest to that 56 game streak, the closest is Pete Rose with 44 games. So I mean, yeah, and with how hard it is to get a hit, and the way players play today, I mean, if somebody had like 30-something straight games, you don't think the manager would be like four fingers?
Well, look at Judge. Judge is the four-finger king nowadays.
I know, right? In the old days, if you wanted an intentional walk, the pitcher would just throw like lollipops way outside the zone.
All right, do me a favor, take it for a couple of minutes. I'm going to run into the house real quick.
All right. But yeah, oh yeah, I seen that's good. But yeah, how do you guys feel about today's game? I think we can still win with this game in the lineup, even after this delay. But yeah, I mean, in the old days, I think the old school baseball, the way the game used to be played, was a whole lot more fun than today's. But yeah, Bryce, I agree with you. I mean, the way this team is clicking, I think we got a tear coming on. Probably 9, 10, or even 12-0 or 12 games, whatever winning streak we got. But let's just hope we can, and hopefully we get that. My thoughts on Marin Boone is, I mean, he's the manager. I mean, could he done better? Yeah. Could he make better decisions with the bullpen, different other things? But honestly, part of it is, and he's got a hard job as a manager, but part of it is the players have to execute when things happen. When he puts in certain pitchers in the bullpen, they gotta execute. You know, um, Boone can't pitch for them, and he can't hit for them. So, you know, that's that's the bottom line. But of course, as manager, he's got a he gets praised when they do well, and he gets criticized and ran out of town if they don't do well. But I wish they would let him try to manage, because then that would honestly be the other thing too, is how much analytics goes in. If they just let him manage with the field of game, that's when I would know whether he's a good manager or not. Um, then it'll be probably around 9 o'clock, and that's when the showers are expected to stop in Tampa, and that's probably when they'll make a decision whether the game's played or not. But this is a time where where MLB will have to postpone a game if that's what will happen. But yeah, Graham, I mean that's the way it was in the military. And the way when you do a job, it's your manager, your supervisor tells you to do something, you gotta execute to it, or you're gonna be finding a job at the other end of the day. So I mean, it's the same way with these players, and they make so much money. But yeah, if they're taking off the tarp and all that other stuff, then yeah, the game's about to start. Um, Unfortunately, I'm in a blackout area where I can't really see it. Um, um, Donnie, it's in the chat. You may have to scroll up a little bit, but under Yankees, he did send the open panel. You can check it. And Ken will be right back in a few minutes. Um, but yeah, and Graham, I want to know what your takes on. What do you prefer, the old school, the way it was played in the '70s and '80s, or do you like some of the style of here? It looks like they're pulling off the tarp from what I think. And Donnie wants to come on. Ken.
I just dropped the link.
I'm gonna have to pull the camera switch here because battery's low on this one device. So I'm just gonna switch devices. So
All
I'll
right.
hop off real quick and hop back on.
No problem. All right, Donnie. For those of you that are here, appreciate you spending time, listen to a little bit of baseball chatter, and talking baseball. Game is going to start here shortly. We're going to play it all the way to the end. o'clock puts us at probably 11:30 type ending. Yep, that's the report we've got, Bryce. Tarps are coming off, so we're going to have baseball sometime very soon. For those of you that are here, if you haven't, please hit the like button, share the channel out. Do I give the ugly truth? I speak the truth. So the question that I asked in my last stream is, do we feel that the Yankees have turned the corner?
But yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, just I think the Yankees have their chemistry, the way they look. As I was saying earlier, they're playing a lot better. They're excited to play with each other and for each other, and they're doing a lot more of team baseball than individual baseball.
Hey, Nelson, welcome to the stream.
You know, I mean, you look at it; it's a lot more small ball than it is hitting home runs all the time or trying to swing for the fences every time. Yeah.
Hello, Dottie.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
It's going all right, Donnie.
Rain
Another
delay.
day in paradise.
Another day in paradise, sir.
Yep. But yeah,
So
a lot of people.
how you feeling about tonight's game?
We'll see what happens when we got Baez and we got Rossman tomorrow. If we do, probably going to be a doubleheader come tomorrow.
Well, they say they're pulling the tarp off the field now.
So yeah, if they're pulling the tarp off, give it about 20 minutes or so, and it'll be game time.
So was that a good idea for me, Sean, for November 11th for the Veterans Day thing? For
Oh
Joe?
yeah. That's a great idea for Joe and everyone that had it. I think it would be perfect with a lot of different guys like
Ken,
you,
I
me,
came up with
Ken.
the idea, Ken, right here.
What's that?
I came up with the idea.
All right, good on you.
All
I think we should all be dressed in BDUs or ACUs, whatever you had.
Right.
yeah,
Getting
I gotta
along
get
with
a
it.
shake to fit in mine.
I'll put my blues on, Ken. My medals and stuff.
Get
Yeah.
your get the M4 out and get ready to get dirty. Actually,
Yeah.
I actually have some of my DCUs, so I could go back to desert form.
Yeah. I mean, I do got an ACU pattern. I got one set of ACUs I got hung up in my closet. I just got to get into the shape to fit in them. But
So you want to go fucking talk when I'm trying to sleep.
but yeah, I mean, I think it'll be great, and then maybe we can try and get Graham in there and some of the other guys on too.
Wait till you're sleeping tomorrow, motherfucker. You ain't sleeping either, because I'm gonna make sure of it.
But yeah,
Wanna be a motherfucker? I'll show you how much it is to be a motherfucker.
But yeah, I noticed a lot of people were asking about thoughts on Boone there, Donnie. What are your thoughts?
Boone's gonna be fine. Boone's not gonna get fired.
Yeah. And then, like I was saying earlier, I was saying that bottom line, the players have to execute when he pulls the trigger. You know, because I mean that's what it comes down to. Because I mean, imagine if Cortez had struck out Freeman instead of giving up that grand slam, would people be saying something different about Boone?
Well, that's the long and short. Hindsight is 2020.
Right. But yeah, that's
Well, Nelson, that's a good amount of time you've been a Yankees fan.
Are you kidding me? It had me locked up. I wouldn't blame them either. Besides, I'm still trying to understand exactly what it means to myself.
yeah. But I don't know. Hopefully Rodon will keep it. I believe he will show tonight, but we'll definitely see how he guys.
Donnie, Shane's asking you what movie you're watching.
What's the matter?
What movie? What?
Oh, yeah. I just went outside, take a little breather.
Now they were asking what movie you were watching.
Oh, Jupiter Ascended. My girlfriend's watching Jupiter Ascended.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Bryce is reporting 9:30 first pitch. What the Rays are saying. So all right, Nelson, players have to be held accountable whether they win or lose. How so? What is your definition of accountability?
Well, Boone did say that today. He did say he holds the players accountable, but what can you do? What can you do for accountability? You're supposed to yell at him. You're supposed to put him on the bench. You're supposed to suspend him.
Yeah, and I mean, the best accountability, especially when players are on the walk years, is when they play for. Let the that money affect. They're not gonna get as big a bag as they're expecting because they played so poorly. Like look at Glaber. He's playing on a 1-year deal with the Tigers when he could have played better with us and got a multi-year contract.
Yeah, I tell you what, don't sleep on Glaber come playoff time.
Oh yeah. But you think the Tigers are going to re-sign him?
I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
The year he's having.
Yeah. But yeah, there's different styles of holding a player accountable.
I don't know. This time of age, like Boone was saying, what can you do to these players though? You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? You're gonna bench them for 2-3 games?
Yeah. I mean, no, but he's got a point. I mean, especially you notice a lot of the managers, you don't have a lot of these managers that will openly, pull a player out of the game and sit him and make a big public example of it. They do a lot more of their managing behind closed doors and holding players accountable.
But what did Boone say in the statement today? Like I posted on the X on my page, like when Big G talks, the whole clubhouse listens. Just like when Aaron Judge talks. So when Big G talks, the whole clubhouse listens.
Uh-huh. No, it makes sense. I mean, a lot of times, a lot of players. I mean, in Jeter's day, Jeter, Posada, Mo, those guys did a lot of the policing of each other, and even Joe Torre said that. He said the players policed themselves, so he didn't really have to like always come and have to correct a player.
I mean, if you look at Torres's numbers last year with a full season under the Yankees, he had 26 doubles, 15 home runs, 63 RBIs, was hitting 257. With his current Tiger numbers, he's got 18 doubles, 8 short of what he had as a Yankee, 13 home runs, 56 RBIs, and 259 batting average. So he's hitting 2 points higher than he did as a Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
These guys love Glaber. Yankees fans hated him.
Oh, I like
Yeah.
Glaber. Ken, I always like Glaber.
I had no issues with him.
Oh yeah, I like Glaber. You know what got him in problem with a lot of fans was the proneness for errors and the plays when he would like kind of oops a day, ole when the balls are going right by him.
You need lopsidized. Like he wasn't even playing like he just threw it softly.
Mm-hmm. But other than that, I love the guy. I mean, he he played well for us. His bat was clutch. And then, like you said, when time came or the end of the year, the dude would just, But I also liked it remember that one year when he hit all those home runs against the Orioles, and they had the Orioles play-by-play like enough pitching to this guy.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah,
Joe from NY Yankee Mania is not going to hold a post game show because of the lateness of the game today.
yeah, no, that's understandable, Joe.
But Ken, I like this new idea about the realignment in baseball. So we have this kind of stuff happening.
But is it gonna be like all the good teams in one division, or
Could you imagine though, Sean? Could you imagine Yankees, Red Sox, Mets, or Phillies in the same division?
oh, it'd be a real dogfight between all those? But then, but then what are you gonna do with like NL Central and I mean, you got the Pirates and you got the Marlins and you got all these other teams that are really like bottom of the barrel.
Dennis, I will be on for the entire game. Yeah.
Well, what do you think, Ken, about the realignment? Ken, what do you think about the realignment, sir?
The last time baseball did a realignment, they shifted the Astros from the National League to the American League, and they shifted the Brewers from the American League to the National League. Wasn't particularly a fan of it there. Looking at the generic realignment that I saw, I think that you're going to have a lot of great teams beating the crap out of each other, and postseason play for those teams would be very limited. I mean, look at
But the travel time though, Ken. Travel time won't be as much as it is. Like
they've had travel time ever since teams moved to the West Coast.
Right. But like Manfred's looking at when the Yankees go to the West Coast playing the Seattle Mariners at 10 o'clock at night, people are like they're not watching the Yankee game. I stay up and watch it.
Yeah, I do it too.
I mean, you've got a crap load of Japanese fans that watch baseball when Matsui was playing in New York. Their time differential is what, 13 hours?
Mm-hmm. 13 to 16 hours.
But they're saying like a normal MLB fan doesn't nearly like the pitch clock, everything else, and it's cut time down. I don't mind watching West Coast games.
Mm-mm.
Don't have an issue with it. Matter of
And the
fact,
pitch,
I did play-by-plays for every West Coast game that the Yankees did this year. And I had some great numbers. I had some not so great numbers. It just depended on the matchup. Like when the Yankees were locking it up with the Angels. People
Man,
really
I'm on
didn't
the
watch
East Coast.
that.
I'm on the East Coast, Ken. I still watch it.
Yeah, I'm in Virginia Beach. I'm in Hampton Roads area, so I'm definitely an East Coast guy.
Yeah. I'm in Vermont, man, so I'm an East as you get.
Sean, did you see Yassine's message?
Yeah.
Do you have Instagram?
I don't have Instagram.
And I also saw that they were considering only 2 teams for expansion, vice the 4 that was mentioned earlier.
Nashville and Charlotte.
Okay, Nashville would be a good market for them. Wonder if they would have Donnie Baseball be the manager for them.
There are a lot of you Florida guys here.
But yeah, you know, the also the thing though, I mean, yeah, kind of even because you're gonna have like if you got all the heavy, perennial playoff teams in one division, then that means you're gonna have a division that's gonna have weak guys. Like you're gonna have the Reds win a division.
Well, the thing that's funny when they do an expansion, they actually pull players, a select amount of players from major league rosters that are actually on teams.
Right. Like what they do in hockey.
Well, the Diamondbacks, for instance, they came into existence, and within 4 years, they won the World Series, beating the Yankees.
Right.
They were a playoff team their first season.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a Buck Showalter thing there too. He's great at evaluating talent.
Oh yeah. Well, then you had the Rays too. They were a good team coming out when they started.
Yeah, but the Rays deal is every time they win a championship, they sell their entire team. There's nobody left.
They always sell no matter what, they win or not.
Right. But I mean, and then the Marlins, they came around the same time that the D-backs and the Rays came, and then they won 97.
Marlins and the Rays came at the same time. The D-backs and the Rockies came at the same time.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, the Marlins won it.
I remember
in
the Mariners
97. Yeah, the Mariners came in like the 70s, I think, or 80s.
I think they were 80s.
Okay, in the 80s, yeah. But I remember they tried a Seattle team that moved somewhere and started over. And then they had the Mariners.
I think 1996, right? Was it 96 when Yankees played Mariners?
95.
95.
95.
It was the Blue Jays. The Mariners and the Blue Jays came in 77.
77.
Okay, in the 77. But yeah, but I remember the Marlins, didn't they win? They won the World Series in 97 and they also won in 2003, but they
who did they beat?
Back end the guys, right, Sean?
Yeah, they had some good guys. But
Burnett,
the
Burnett,
'97 they
young
beat.
Burnett, young AJ Beckett.
But in '97 they beat the Cleveland Indians in '97.
That's the Jim Tomey year, right?
Yep.
Roberto Alomar,
And I think they might have had McGriff.
Vizquel.
Yeah, those '90s Cleveland, the '90 Cleveland Cleveland Indians of the '90s they were a pretty good team. They just kept running into us.
Well, it's like in the 70s. The Royals kept running into the Yankees too.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle gave me a Michael Jordan rookie card of the White Sox in a nice glass, not glass, but plastic hard thing. So it's worth some money though. Case.
Oh yeah, I mean, cause thought it was funny is that he walked away in his prime in basketball, went to play baseball,
Number
and then went
45 in
back to
baseball.
basketball.
Yep.
Played for the Barons.
Then went back to playing basketball.
Yeah, but you also got to remember when he walked away from basketball, it didn't have anything to do with basketball. It had a lot to do with his father being murdered.
Yes.
Right. No, I remember that. Yeah, it was
Greatest of all time.
and-
Great basketball player of all time. He came back. Remember when he came back at 40? What number at 45 when he played for the Barons? Like Ken said, he came back had number 45 with the Bulls. Remember? Before he went back to
when
23 after.
he went back to 23, and then
Yeah,
when
they've talked about a team going back to Montreal.
I think Montreal.
I think they should bring back Team Montreal. I mean, I'm close to the border. I'm like hour probably from the border. I used to go to Expos games.
Yeah, I think Montreal was a decent market for a team.
Yeah, but they played in a shit stadium. It was an Olympic stadium
They
that
played
they
like
played in. It
stadium.
was horrible.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, but I mean the Rays play in a bad state. Tropicana Field.
But Sean,
I
got to see for the Marlins game that when they went to Expos, I got to see them play when they came up. I saw Sheffield and all that playing in the stadium when it was with the Marlins.
Right. Now, you think Sheffield belongs in the Hall of Fame, or do you think
Yes, I think he
the
does.
Riders?
I think he does.
I do too.
Okay. I mean, I did too with it. It's just the Riders are picky.
He wasn't really he wasn't convicted of doing any PEDs though.
No, he wasn't. But I just think a lot of writers didn't really like him, and some writers, if they don't really like you, they're not going to vote for you.
Well, that's what a lot of people saying around now about Giancarlo. They don't think Stan's gonna make the Hall of Fame. Like, how can he not reach the Hall of Fame if Stan hits 500 home runs? How can you not put him in the Hall of Fame?
Oh, I think he'll make it.
If he hits the 500 mark, I don't see them holding him out.
No. If he retires and he's like at 480, 490.
He's at 440 right now.
Right. They might, but then they might actually be like, hey, you know what? We really don't like these other guys. Let's vote for him. Because remember, each writer only can vote, a few players at a time on their ballot?
Yeah, they have 10.
But what they're saying, Ken, I think you heard it too. They're suspecting Giancarlo of PEDs, right? The suspect is there.
But they have no. He didn't show up on any report.
Right.
Being positive, including the one that
Right.
Ortiz was on.
Right.
There are PED users that are in the hall already.
Yeah.
Piazza, without a doubt, Piazza was a PED guy.
But A-Rod would never get in. A-Rod's not gonna get in.
No, because
A-Rod's not gonna get in.
Pettis not gonna get
Clemens
in.
is not.
Clemens not gonna get
Clemens
in.
is
Clemens is getting in. He's getting in on the Veterans Committee. I guarantee it.
okay. Him and Bonds will probably get in on the Veterans Committee just because the coaches, the Veterans Committee are like, you know what? They were great players. They deserve to be in the Hall.
Gary Sheffield, yeah. Yeah, Nelson.
Yeah. I mean, there's
Yeah,
other
like I said,
players.
there are people that were PED users that are in the Hall of Fame already.
Then Palmero will get in.
Paul
McGuire
Barrow.
hasn't got in. Sosa hasn't got in. Bonds hasn't got in.
Well, Clemens went to court 3 times about this whole PED shit, and he won all 3 of his trials. So they don't have legally any stance that he was convicted, but they held him out because of it.
Right. And I think it's also because they didn't really like him. The media didn't like Clemens.
Do I think Rogers should get in? I think Rogers should get in.
Oh,
That's my
yeah,
thing.
no, Rogers and
Pettis
Bonds
should get in.
both deserve to be in there.
Pettis should get in too.
Pettis should, but you know what?
What
They're
what
gonna hold the fact that he admitted.
the one that's atrocity was Jorge Posada getting one look at the ballot. He didn't get 5% of the vote and got knocked off the next year. And if
Yeah.
you look at Posada's career numbers compared to catchers in his time frame that are in the Hall, his numbers are better than a lot of them.
And what, 5
Oh, yeah.
championships? 5 rings too?
Well, he won 5 rings. He was a switch hitter with power, and he had like, I don't know, he was like 270 to 3. You know, he was like a 270 hitter his career. And then yeah, he was a clutch guy, and then his defense, he was pretty clutch guy. I mean, but the problem is on defense, you know, there was Pudge, and then there was everybody else.
But the championships make a difference though. 5 rings should say it all.
Right. Oh no, yeah, he was clutch, you know, and all what 12? How many years did he play?
Was it 14 years? 13 years?
14, 13 years, yeah. Because I mean, he started what 95, but he was like a bench guy. He didn't really start getting solid playing time till about 97, and then he took over the starting role in 98. So yeah, five rings, a solid career.
I mean, another one that you should think about is Bernie Williams.
Bernie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bernie had a 50 WAR. He had 2,300 hits, 287 home runs, 1,200 RBIs.
Ken, that's just like people tell me, well, Big G shouldn't be in right now either. But you know what? Look at Big G's postseason record. Look at how much he puts up in RBIs and home runs in the postseason.
Oh yeah.
And Bernie Williams is a 297 career batting average.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and then there's the other thing. Like if you look at Pettit was a big game pitcher his whole career.
Well, Sean, look at his postseason wins.
And
Too.
never had a losing season.
Look at postseason wins.
Oh yeah. No, his nut. Look at the postseason win, but then also look at his regular season stats. He never had a losing record for a season.
Yeah, but did Pettit have almost most wins by any pitcher in the postseason?
Yeah, he did. He had broken at that time Whitey Ford's record and
Yeah, but the thing that you got to think too, back then in Whitey Ford's day, it was the American League best versus the National League best. There wasn't any other games, and I mean by the time Pettit pitched, they were having two layers of division and league championship.
Yeah.
So I mean, he got a lot more. He had a lot more opportunities.
Right. But still, I mean, that was. I mean, you look at the. Then he go against Glavin and win in a 1-0 duel.
Smoltz, Glavin, Maddox.
Yes, Nancy. Mariano Rivera is the unanimous Hall of Fame entry.
Unanimous Hall of Fame. Nobody's ever got
Do you
100%
think?
besides Mo. Mo's the only one that ever got
Do you
100%.
do you think it's comical that both Ichiro and Jeter were snubbed
Jeter
by
got
one
99%.
reporter?
Ichiro got 99%.
Yeah, but they got snubbed by one reporter. I wonder if it was the same reporter.
It's hard to get 100%, Sean, though. Really hard. You
Oh,
saw
I
it.
know, I know what it is, but I mean, it's just kind of funny irony that it just comes down to one reporter left them both off the ballot.
I thought Jeter should get 100%. I thought Ichiro should get
Oh
100%.
no, and no doubt about Ichiro, and no doubt about Jeter, but I mean, and I'm surprised that Hideki didn't get much look either.
Well,
But his name came up.
his body of work in the major leagues was not spectacular either. He didn't have a long
Yeah,
tenure.
Ken, the only reason I said Jeter should get 100% too, he stayed out of the media forever. Look at, we ever hear anything bad about Jeter? Ever?
nope.
Never.
Remember, he was the poster boy for
Well,
do the
besides one
right
time
thing.
when George brought him in his office one time, the story has it that Jeter was partying one night. I mean, Ken probably heard this too. Jeter was partying one night. George called him in his office and like, "Is this you?" You know what I mean? Showing pictures and stuff, and in the newspapers, all that, New York Post, all that. And he's like, "I don't want you to be turned into this." You know what I mean? And Jeter's like, "No, it wasn't me, boss." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So and that's all that. That's all it is. Media. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you kidding me? I mean, Jeter was like, I don't think he ever really stepped out of the mountain, or we just don't know.
Well, what's
But
like
yeah,
Mantle?
dude.
Remember Mantle back in the day was partier. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had Whitey Ford would have to come wake him up and cover for him. Other people would have to go and clean up his messes. Yeah.
I don't know.
But
I know Tawny is Manfred's golden boy, but Jeter was Manfred's golden boy, or Bud Selick's golden boy.
yeah, but I mean, Bud Ceiling is. I don't know if he just really just kind of like looked the other way, and then it blew up in his face because when he oversaw the whole steroids era, '98, he was letting the players.
But Yassine, I see your division alignment.
Oh, for
Braves,
realignment,
Rays,
for
Marlins,
realignment.
Rangers, and Astros.
What?
Man, that's not an overly competitive one. Royals, Cardinals, Rockies, Diamondbacks, Padres. That's a competitive division.
Yep, but you forget about the expansion teams, Ken, coming Nashville and Charlotte.
Yeah.
Are those actually set in stone?
Pretty much.
So I mean, you look at the alignments. You're integrating American and National League teams. Oh my God. Yeah. You would have some rivalry teams matched up with each other. Dodgers, Giants, Athletics, Angels, Mariners. Well, I'll tell you what, two teams in that division would be completely freaking lost. In the Athletics and the Angels. Diamondbacks, Rockies, Cardinals, Royals.
I think they put the Dodgers with the Diamondbacks and with the Padres, and I think who else was last? Trying to think here, but the Angels, Padres, Diamondbacks, and the Dodgers were all the same division. They posted for the realignment.
I put the Mariners in that division. uh, But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just because I mean, you gotta make it where it's gonna be.
And I mean,
Uh,
look at the C alignment.
The Narratives were with the Athletics, Sean, in that other alignment.
The Reds, the
wow.
Cubs, the White Sox, the Brewers, and the Twins. I mean, you would freaking have the White Sox and the Twins perennially mashed in that division. And so
Yeah.
long as
I think they had Toronto and Mariners atop of the North.
all right, fellas, it looks like the broadcast has just come on. And they're reporting that it is a
right, and he is the cleanup hitter. Ben Wright's behind the plate batting fifth. Paul Goldschmidt is at first base batting sixth. Jazz Chisholm is at second base batting seventh. The number 8 hitter, the shortstop, is Anthony Volpe. And Jose Caballero, who was an ex-Ray, was traded from the Rays over for Everson Herrera, Carolina for Tampa Bay. Caballero is playing third base and he is batting ninth. So Kevin Nash's Tampa Bay Rays, they just got off a 2-week trip, and they were out of the coast. They just had a terrible trip. Before their 11 and a half games back in Toronto. The rookie Chandler Simpson has moved over to the left, and he is leading off for the.
Yeah, it sounds like they're gonna play the game because
yep.
Susan's going over the lineup. So
The cleanup hitter is the second baser, Brent.
it sounds like they're gonna play. But
Should be like a whole game. It should be like a whole game for us, though.
yeah, but it looks like we'll
Yep.
probably in the game around I
Close to
don't know, midnight
midnight.
or so.
Midnight, probably close to midnight, 11:30.
All right, for all y'all that have hung out. If you could hit the like button, share the channel out, and if you are not a member of the Yankees, the Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing.
Hit the like, subscribe, everybody. Hit the like, subscribe.
Right.
All right, fellas, I'm going to drop you guys down.
All right.
Thank you, Ken.
Appreciate y'all
Thanks,
coming
Ken.
up and sharing time.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all being here. And it looks like Shane Baz is on the mound warming up. And we'll do a quick go over of the lineup this evening. Leading off for the Yankees is going to be Trent Grisham manning center field, hitting .247 on the season. Captain Aaron Judge will be DHing, hitting out of the 2-hole, .333 on the season. Bellinger will be in left field, hitting out of the 3-hole, hitting .266. Stanton will be manning right field, hitting .299, cleanup hitter. Ben Rice will be behind the dish, hitting in the 5-hole at .239. Paul Goldschmidt will be manning first base, hitting out of the 6-hole, hitting .280. Jazz Chisholm will be in the 7-hole, second base at .236. Volpe will be at shortstop, hitting in the 8-hole, .215. And Baz sets. And the pitch is on the way, and it is a first pitch fastball call, strike one, counted as 0-1. And Jose Caballero will be playing third and hitting ninth at .232. And the next pitch is up. Foul tipped, and the count is 0-2. And Baz sets. And the four-seamer is in there for call, strike 3, and that is the first out of the inning. Hey, Cold Italian. Appreciate you hopping in the stream. On the season, the Yankees are 7-4 against the Rays, and these are the last 2 games that we're going to face them. Coming up to bat is the captain. All rise. The judge is in the chamber. And the cutter is off the plate for ball 1. And Baz sets. And he fires the pitch. It is a four-seamer down there for call. Strike 1. Count is evened out. 1-1. Judge is hitting .333 on the season, 39 home runs, 91 RBIs, and an 1134 OPS. And Baz sets. And the pitch is on the way. And this one is hammered center field, and it is going, and gone. And that is a long home run by Aaron Judge to put the Yankees up 1-0. So that is Judge's 40th home run of the season. And in typical Yankee fashion, they replay the home run 6 times. Baz sets and fires, and the first pitch is a fastball that paints the bottom of the corner. And the pitch is a fastball down low to Bellinger. Count is evened out 1-1. And the pitch is hammered to right field. And this one is going, and gone. That is a back-to-back home run for the Yankees. Yankees are now up 2-0. And big Giancarlo Stanton is coming up to bat. Are we going to do a back-to-back-to-back? Let's see. And the first pitch to Stanton clips the top of the strike zone for call. Strike 1. Count is 0-1. That is Belly's 23rd home run of the season. And Baz sets. And the pitch is right down the heart of Broadway for call. Strike 1. Count is 0-2. Stanton is hitting .299 on the season, 12 home runs, 34 RBIs, and a .933 OPS. And Baz checks. And this ball is hammered to right center field. That one is going, and gone. That is a back-to-back-to-back home run drive for the Yankees, and they're now up 3-0. And Baz is scratching his head because he doesn't know what the hell to throw. That left Stanton's bat at 104.4 miles an hour and traveled 386 feet. And that's a sound that I love to hear. And Ben Rice is coming up to bat. Is it going to be back to back to back to back? And it looks like Kyle Snyder is heading out to the mound to settle his pitcher down. Ed Boz sets. Eddie fires, and the curveball is way high up outside. Count is 1-0. And Boz sets. Pitch is on the way, and it is in there for call. Strike one. Count is evened out 1-1. Yes, sir. Swinging for the fences. It definitely was. And Boz sets. Pitch is on the way, and it is fouled off. 99-mile-an-hour fastball that went straight back into the screen. Count is 1-2 on Ben Rice. And Boz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is a knuckle curve in there for call. Strike three. That is the first out of the inning. It looked like it was in there. Goldschmidt is up to bat. And the first pitch is fouled off. And it looks like catcher got clipped by that one. Yes, it is cold. Hey, Joe, welcome to the stream. And Boz sets, and he pitches, and the curveball is in there for call. Strike two. Count is 0-2 on Goldie. Boz sets and fires, and the ball is fouled straight back. And Boz sets, pitches on the way, and Goldie swings at one out of the strike zone for strike three. And that is going to do it for the Yankees, but not before the Yankees go back to back to back with 3 home runs from Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton. Coming up in the bottom of the first is going to be Simpson, Diaz, and Caminero. How do we feel about the start to this game? And Rodon is going to have his 26th start of the season. He's 12-7 with a 3.25 ERA. Opponents are hitting 186 against him, which is the league best. And Rodon sets, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is chopped through the infield, and it is going to make it to center field. Simpson is a speedster. Beware of him trying to take the base. Excuse me for a second. And the pitch is fouled away. Count is 0-1. Diaz is hitting 283 on the season, 20 home runs, 71 RBIs, and a 805 OPS. And the pitch is down low for ball one. Count is evened out 1-up. And Rodon sets. Pitch is in there for call. Strike two. Count is 1-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and that pitch is grounded to Volpe, who flips it to Jazz, who fires into the dirt. It gets past Goldie. So that's going to be an error by Jazz Chisholm. So it's going to be a 6-4 play with an error on Jazz. Coming up to bat is Jose Caminero. And Rodon sets, and the pitch is in there for strike one. Count is 0-1. Caminero is hitting 258 on the season, 35 home runs, 85 RBIs, and an 826 OPS. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 0-2. And Rodon sets. Pitch is in the dirt. Count is 1-2. Rodon's ready, and he fires. And the pitch is low and inside. Count is evened at 2-2. Rodon sets, and he fires, and the pitch is way off the plate. Count is now full, 3-2. Come on, Carlos. You got a 3-run lead. Pitch these clowns. Edward Odd sets and he fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain 3-2. Edward Odd sets and fires, and the pitch is inside for ball 4. So the Rays are going to have runners at first and second with 1 out. Coming up to bat is Brandon Lowe. He's hitting .272 on the season, 24 home runs, 61 RBIs, and an .810 OPS. And the first pitch is a slider off the plate. Count is 1-0. Bill Miller is got 29 major league seasons under his belt, and he's classed as a pitcher-friendly umpire. Rodon sets and he lawn darts the pitch into the dirt. Count is 2-0. Edward Odd sets and fires, and the pitch is just off the plate. Count is 3-0. Odd Lau. And Rodon sets and he fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike 1. Count is 3-1. And the pitch is a fly ball to left field. Bellinger is backing up, and he is going to make the play just short of the warning track. So that is the second out of the inning. Runners are going to remain at first and second. With 2 outs, Rodon is 18 pitches deep into the game. Coming up to bat is Hae-Sung Kim, hitting .228 on the season, 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, and a .649 OPS. And the first pitch to Kim is in there for call. Strike 1. Count is 0-1. Hey, Robbie, welcome to the stream. Rodon sets and he fires, and that pitch is chopped to Caballero, who flips it to Jazz for the third out of the inning. So Rodon works through a little bit of a jam, but retires them without giving up a run. Coming up to bat in the top of the second is going to be Jazz Chisholm, Anthony Volpe, and Jose Caballero. For those of you that are here and haven't, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you're not a member of Yankees The Ugly Truth, please consider subscribing. Yeah, if you're talking about the Jazz play, I would have tagged him with an error on that one for sure. And Dennis is reporting that the Red Sox just tied up the game in the ninth. And Baz is on the mound. And the pitch is a knuckle curve that is in there called strike one. Count is 0-1. Robbie, we're not behind the Sox. We're actually both have a 541 percentage. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-2 to Jazz. If you look at the records, the wild card race has the Yankees in there as the leader, number one team. And in the AL East, the Yankees are actually in second place behind the Jays. And the pitch is in the dirt. Count is 1-2 to Jazz. Baz sets, and the ball is a line drive into right field. Mangum feels the ball and shoots it in. So is the running express about to start? Yes, they do. Head-to-head matchups count. But with regard to the teams in the playoff, and Volpe chops one to third, it is fired, and Jazz is out at second, but Volpe beats out the throw. So we are going to have a runner back at first base. And coming up to bat is Jose Caballero, former Tampa Bay Ray, acquired at the deadline. And the first pitch is a knuckle curve in there for call, strike one. Count is 0-1. Caballero is hitting .233 on the season, 2 home runs, 28 RBIs. Sets, and he fires over to first, but Volpe is back in there standing up. Not understanding why he threw that. Volpe was about a half a step off the bag. For those of you just hopping in the stream, if you could, please hit the like, share the channel out. And Baz sets, and the ball is high fly ball to right field. Mangum is on the run, and this one is going, and gone. That is the Yankees' 4th home run of the night. And the Yankees are now up 5-0. And coming up to bat is Trent Grisham. He is 0-1 on the night with a strikeout in the first. First pitch from Baz is a cutter in there for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. And the pitch is off the plate. Count is now evened at 1-1. And Baz sets and he fires, and Grisham swings on the 99 mile an hour fastball. Count is 1-2. Grisham takes timeout. Stepping back in the box. Baz sets and fires, and the curveball is hammered foul. Count is 1-2. So can Grisham make this a back-to-back? And Baz sets. Pitch is just high. Count is now evened at 2-2. And Baez sets, and the curveball is inside. Count is now full on Grishbaum. Baez sets, and he fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain 3-2 as we head to the eighth pitch of the at-bat. Baez is 34 pitches deep into this game with one out. And the pitch almost hits Grisham, but that is ball 4. Grishbaum is going to strip his gear off as he heads to first base. Coming up to bat is the captain. All rise. The judge is in his chambers. Judge started the hit parade with a home run in his first at-bat. And the pitch is on the way. And Judge hits a line drive to center field. But former Yankee Everson Pereira is there to make the play, and that is the second out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Cody Bellinger. And Baz sets, and the curveball is in there for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. And the pitch is on the way, and it is fouled off into the catcher. Count is 0-2. Interesting commentary. In the first inning, the Yankees went back to back to back with Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton. All three of those are former MVPs, league MVPs. And Baz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain 0-2. And Bellinger calls timeout. Now he's back in the box. Baz sets, and he fires, and the knuckle curve is in the dirt. Count is 1-2. And Baz's pitch count is up to 40. And he sets, and the pitch is way up high and outside. Count is 2-2. Ed Bellinger hits us through the infield, and he is going to have a infield single. Bellinger. And the first pitch is down low for ball one against Stanton. Count is 1-0. Baz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is 2-0.
And she says, well,
And the count is 3-0. Baz sets and fires, and the pitch. Wow. It looked like it was in there for a strike, but it is called ball 4. So the bases are going to be juiced with Yankees. And it looks like they are warming up a bullpen arm. Ben Rice is coming up to bat. He is 0 for 1 on the night with a strikeout. And Baz sets, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 0-1. And it looks like the trader's coming out to check on Rice after he bounced the ball off of his thigh. And Baz sets. And the pitch is on the way. It is inside for ball 1. Count is even at 1-1. Baz is at 48th pitch of the game, coming up on 49. And Baz sets. Pitch is way inside. Count is now 2-1. We're in the top of the second. The bases are juice full of Yankees, and there are 2 outs with Ben Rice up to bat. Count is 2-1. And Baz sets, fires, and the pitch is hammered to left field, but Simpson is tracking it, and he is going to make the play for the 3rd out of the inning, but not before the Yankees add 2 more runs on a 2-run home run by Jose Caballero. And the Yankees are up 5-0. Coming up to bat in the bottom of the second is Pereira and Mangum. For those of you that have just joined our stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth, please consider subscribing. Yeah, D-Train. Bryce did have solid contact on that ball. And Morel leads the league in strikeouts. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. Morel leads the league at 36% strikeout rate this season. Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 0-2. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is on the way, and it is hammered foul down the third base line. Count is going to remain 0-2. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is on the way, and it is swung on and missed for strike three. That is Rodon's first strikeout of the night. Great looking changeup from Rodon. Former Yankee Everson Pereira is coming up to bat. He's hitting 125 on the season. No home runs, no RBIs. And the first pitch is a slider in there for call, strike one. Count is 0-1. And Rodon sets and fires and paints the inside corner for call, strike two. Count is 0-2. Rodon sets and fires, and the fastball is just up high. Count is 1-2. Pereira takes time out. Pereira was in the Yankee farm system for 7 years. And Rodon sets and fires, and that pitch is lined into left center field. Grisham is going to field it and shoot it into Volpe at second base. That is the Jake Mangum is coming up to bat. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch paints the outside corner for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. Rodon sets and fires, and this ball is grounded through the right side. Pereira is going to advance to second. Stanton gets the ball in quickly, so that is back-to-back singles by Tampa Bay. Coming up to bat is the catcher Fortis. He's hitting .216 on the season, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs, and a .607 OPS. Rodon sets and fires, and wow, ball is definitely a strike, but the umpire calls it ball one. Count is 1-0. Thought this umpire was pitcher friendly. And Rodon sets, and the next pitch is down, and it is a double steal. So the Rays have runners now at second and third with out. They had a good jump, and Rice did not handle the ball cleanly. Count is 2-0 on Fortis. And the pitch is on the way, and this another single hit to right side, and a run is going to score. Mangum is going to be held at third. So that is an RBI single for Fortes. Tampa Bay is now on the board. The score is 5-1. Coming up to bat is Simpson, who is 1 for 1 on the day. And Rodon sets, and the four-seamer is off the plate for ball one. Count is 1-0. And the Yankees are playing at normal double play depth. Rodon sets, and the pitch paints the outside corner for call. Strike one. Count is 1-1. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is now 2-1. All right, Carlos, let's get it together, brother. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 2-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is now full, 3-2. Rodon sets, and the pitch is on the way, and it is fouled off. Count is going to remain 3-2 as we head to the seventh pitch of the at-bat. Rodon is 39 pitches deep into this game. Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is chopped Jazz just flips it to second for the second out, but a run is going to score. So the Rays have a runner at first with 2 outs. The score is now 5-2. Coming up to bat is Yandy Diaz. And the first pitch is a slider in there for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. Diaz is 0 for 1 on the night with a grounded into a fielder's choice in the first inning. And Rodon throws over. Simpson is back in head first. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is 1-1. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 1-2. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is lined to Volpe, who flips it to Jazz at second for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it, but not before the Rays score 2 runs on 3 hits, leave 1 runner on base. Coming up to bat in the top of the third is going to be Paul Goldschmidt, Jazz Chisholm, and Anthony Volpe. And I'll be back in just a half a click. All righty. Chat's awfully quiet. What do we got to say? I know there's something out there. For those of you just hopping in the stream, if you could, hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you're not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth, please consider subscribing. And the first pitch into Goldschmidt is a cutter for call, strike one. Goldie is 0 for 1 on the night with a strikeout in the first. And the pitch is on the way, and Goldie swings and misses. Count is 0-2. Head Boss sets. The pitch is on the way, and Goldie hits a high fly ball to left center. Pereira is on the run, and he is going to make the catch for the first out of the inning. 1 down. Coming up to bat is Jazz Chisholm. And the first pitch is in there for call, strike one. Paints the top of the strike zone. Jazz is 1 for 1 on the night with a single in the second. Buzz sets, and the pitch is down low. Count is 1-1. And Buzz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is up out of the strike zone. Count is now 2-1. Buzz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed by Jazz. Count is evened at 2-2. Jazz takes time out. Head Boss sets, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain 2-2. Boss sets. And he brings the pitch, and this one is hammered to right field, and that one is going, and gone. That is the 5th home run of the game for the Yankees. That one left Jazz's bat at 103.1 miles an hour and traveled 382 feet. Coming up to bat is Anthony Volpe. And Boz sets, and the pitch is tapped weakly back to Boz. Boz underhands it to Diaz for the second out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Jose Caballero, who is 1 for 1 on the night with a 2-run home run. And Boz sets, and the first pitch is a curveball that catches the top of the strike zone for call, strike one. Count is 0-1. And Boz sets, and he fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Nice 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Count is 0-2. Caballero takes time out. He's stepping back in the box. Looks like Boz is ready to throw the pitch. Boz is at 63 pitches already. And he sets and fires, and the knuckle curve is in the dirt. Count is 1-2. Head Boz sets, and the pitch is all the way, and this one is fouled down the first base line. Count is going to bring 1-2. For those of you just joining the stream, we are in the top of the third. Yankees are leading the Rays 6-2. There are 2 outs, nobody on, and Jose Caballero is up to bat. Count is 1-2 on Caballero. And Boz sets, and the pitch is chopped up the middle. That one is going to be fielded by Lau. He just gets Caballero for the third out of the inning, but not before the Yankees add a solo shot home run by Jazz Chisholm in the top of the third. So that is the fifth home run of the night for the Yankees, and the Yankees have a 6-2 lead on the Rays. Coming up in the bottom half of the third is going to be Caminero, Lau, and Kim. And if you're just joining the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. Well, T-Train during our St. Louis series, we had a nice even blend of home runs and situational hitting that led to a lot of runs. I want to thank everybody for being here during this live play-by-play. Granted, we had a 2-hour rain delay, and appreciate those of you that have hung and taking a little bit of time on your Tuesday evening. As we head to the top of the fourth, bottom of the third, Rodon is 44 pitches deep into this game. Caminero is up to bat, and the first pitch is way up high for ball one. Count is 1-0. Caminero is 0 for 0 on the day. He had a walk in the first inning. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is even at 1-1. And Rodon sets and fires, and the changeup is in there for call. Strike two. Count is now 1-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and the curveball is down low. Count is even at 2-2. Looks like Seymour is still up, warming up in the bullpen for the Rays. And the pitch is grounded to Volpe. Volpe fields it cleanly and shoots it across the diamond to Goldie to record the first out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Brandon Lau. He is 0 for 1 on the day. And Rodon sits, and he plunks Lau on the elbow. Nope, he got him on the forearm. Still looks like the manager and trainer are coming out to check on Lau. Nason Kim is coming up to bat. That's okay. He's going to stay in the game. And the first pitch is on the way, and it is a fastball off the plate for ball one. Count is 1-0. Kim grounded into a fielder's choice in the first inning. Rodon sets and fires, and this one is hammered foul down the third base line. Count is evened at 1-1. Those of you just hopping in to the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a Yankees The Ugly Truth member, please consider subscribing. And Rodon sets. Checks on the runner at first. And the four-seamer is, wow, was in there for call. Ball. It was in there for calls. Could have been a strike. But once again, this umpire has missed another low pitch. Count is now 2-1. ABS can't get here quick enough for my likings. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is inside for call. Strike two. Count is evened at 2-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain deuce-deuce. And the pitch is on the way, and it is a fly ball to left field. Bellinger is back and is going to make the play on the warning track. He flips the ball in, and Lau is going to remain at first base, so that is the second out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Christopher Morel. He is 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout in the second. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike one. Count is 0-1. And Rodon sets. Fires, and the changeup spikes in the dirt. Count is even at 1-1. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is on the way. Wow. That one painted the top of the strike zone, but it is called a ball. Count is now 2-1. And the check swing is rolling up the first baseline, and it is foul. Count is going to go 2-2. And Morel calls timeout. And Rodon sets. Pitch is on the way, and this one is just tap foul, so Morel just stays alive. Count is still 2-2. And the pitch is on the way, and it is grounded. Volpe feels it cleanly, fires it across the diamond for the third out of the inning. And that is no runs, no hits, and no errors for the end of the third. As we head to the top of the fourth, Trent Grisham, Aaron Judge, and Cody Bellinger will be coming up to bat. And let's see, for today, the Cubs beat the Brewers 6-4. In the middle of the 10th, Tigers and the Astros are tied at 0-0. Blue Jays beat the Pirates 7-3, so that's not a good one for us. The Cardinals beat the Marlins 7-4. That's not a good one for us. The Mariners get beaten by the Phillies 6-4, so that's a plus for us. The Mets kicked the Nationals in the teeth 8-1. And the Orioles beat the Red Sox 4-3, so that's a plus for us. The Braves ended up taking out the White Sox 11-10. As you know, the Yankees are up 6-2 heading into the fourth. The Royals beat the Rangers 5-2. Athletics beat the Twins 6-3. Cubs leading 4-1 in the top of the ninth against the Brewers. That could be a doubleheader sweep. The Dodgers in the seventh inning lead the Rockies 9-4. In the fourth, the Reds lead the Angels 3-1. In the fourth, the Guardians lead the Diamondbacks 4-1 or 2-1. And the first pitch into Grisham from Seymour is in there for call, strike one. And in the fourth, the Giants and the Padres are tied up at 1. So the count is 1-1, and pitch is on the way, and it is a changeup off the plate. Count is now 2-1 to Grishbaum. And the pitch is on the way, swung on and missed. Count is now 2-2. And Seymour sets, and the ball is a line drive right at Diaz. 1 away. Solid contact, but no luck for Grisham tonight so far. All rise. The judge is in his chambers. Judge is 1 for 2 on the night. He led the game off with a home run. And the first pitch is a cutter inside to Judge for ball 1. And the pitch is on the way, and Judge hits this one foul down the first base line. Count is evened out 1-1. And Judge is in the box. Seymour sets and fires, and the pitch is way up high. Count is now 2-1. And the cutter is in there for call. Strike 2. Count is evened at 2-2. And in customary Judge fashion, he takes time out after 2 strikes, picks up some dirt, throws it to the side, back in the box, and the pitch is on the way, and it is down low. Count is now full 3-2 on Judge. Seymour sets, and he fires. The changeup is hit foul. Count is going to remain 3-2. And Seymour is sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled straight back. Count is going to remain 3-2 as we head to the 8th pitch of the at bat. And Seymour sets and fires, and the pitch is down low for ball 4. The Judge strips his gear off and heads to first. Cody Bellinger coming up to bat. Belly is 2 for 2 on the day with a home run. And Seymour sets. Pitch is on the way, and it is off the plate for ball 1. Count is 1-0. Seymour sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is 2-0. Seymour sets, and this ball is hammered through the right field, or right side of the infield, and Judge is going to advance to second. Magnum fires the ball in. Yankees have runners at first and second with 1 out. Coming up to bat is Big G. And Seymour sets, and the changeup is in there for call. Strike 1 against Stanton. Stanton is 1 for 1 on the day with a home run and a walk. He has his Warrior face on. Seymour sets, checks on Judge at second, brings the pitch, and this one is a high fly ball to right field. And this one is going, and gone. And that is a 3-run bomb by Giancarlo Stanton. And the score is now 9-2 Yankees. That one left Stanton's bat at 103.4 miles an hour and traveling 376 feet. Coming up to bat is Ben Rice. He is 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. And Seymour's first pitch is hit foul. Count is 0-1. And this pitch is hammered by Rice. And there it is, going, and gone. So that is another back-to-back home run. So that is the 7th home run of the night for the New York Yankees. And the Yankees are up 10-2 in the top of the 4th. Rice's home run is the 10th hit of the night. Coming up to bat is Paul Goldschmidt. First pitch is tap foul. Count is 0-1. Time for Goldie to get into the hit parade. No, John, you were not dreaming. You were looking at the Yankees at their finest. And Goldie grounds it sharply to third base. Cameronero fires across the diamond to record the second out of the inning. Jazz Chisholm coming up to bat. He is 2 for 2 on the night with a single and a home run. And Seymour sets, and the first pitch to Jazz is up and in for ball one. And Seymour sets, and the pitch is a changeup that is down low, but it is called strike one. Count is even at 1-1. Seymour sets and fires, and Jazz fouls this one off down the third base line. Count is 1-2. Seymour sets and fires, and Jazz fouls this one off his leg. Now he's limping around. Those of you just joining the stream, the Yankees are now up 10-2 on the Rays. We are in the top of the fourth. There is no runners on, 2 outs, and Jazz Chisholm has a 1-2 count on him. Seymour sets and he fires, and the pitch is up and in on Jazz again. Count is evened at 2-2. The Yankees have hit 7 home runs this evening. And Seymour sets and fires, and Jazz swings on and misses on the pitch. The Jazz is going to go down on strikes, but not before the Yankees add 4, and the Yankees go back to back with home runs by Stanton and Rice. So 7 home runs, 4 innings, 10 hits. Are the Yankees back? Is there any doubt? For those of you just hopping in, if you could hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider becoming a member. We do play-by-plays here almost every day. We have open panels on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we do periodic videos for asking questions for the fans to consider. We are currently at, check real quick, 295 subscribers. So we're looking for our next benchmark of 300. Anything that y'all can do to help me attain my next milestone would be most appreciated. Chat has been pretty quiet tonight, considering the barrage that's been going on. What are y'all thinking? How you feeling? Yeah, the Bronx Bombers are definitely here tonight, Sean. And former Yankee farmhand is coming up to bat. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is foul back. Count is 0-1. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike two. Count is 1-2. Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is in the dirt. Count is evened at 2-2. Burr is 1-for-1 on the night with a single in the second. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is now full, 3-2. Yes, the Rays pitchers are actually very decent. Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to remain 3-2. And Pereira takes time out. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is a high fly ball by Magnum to Cody Bellinger, who makes the play for the second out of the inning. Hey, Jose, welcome to the stream. And Rodon sets and fires, and the first pitch is way outside. Count is 1-0. For those of you just hopping in the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. And Rodon sets. And he fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike one. Count is evened at 1-1. Rodon sets and fires, and the slider is swung on and missed. Count is 1-2. And Fortis takes time out. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is a slider down low, and the count is now evened at 2-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and the slider is swung on and missed for strike three. And that's going to do it for the Rays. As we head to the fifth, Anthony Volpe, Jose Caballero, and Trent Grisham will be coming up to bat. Well, how are we feeling about the game tonight? Did the Yankees turn the corner? Is this our stretch run? I've made the claims that we've been playing playoff baseball for about 3 weeks now. Now we're shaping into form. The new acquisitions are playing up to their potential. The Yankees are looking like a team. We certainly have some injured players coming back that will do nothing but help us out. For those of you that didn't know, Brett Hedrick was placed on the IL, so there was not a corresponding roster move. I anticipate that if Ryan Yarbrough is available, he'll be called up tomorrow. Take the long left-handed bullpen spot in the pen. Or Scott Efros will be called up. And Seymour sets and fires, and the first pitch is called, strike one to Volpe. Looks like they've had some substitutions for the Rays. Pitch is inside, but it is called a strike by this pitcher-friendly umpire. Count is 0-2. Volpe takes timeout. Seymour sets and fires, and the pitch is up and dead. Count is 1-2. Volpe is 0-2 on the night. And the pitch is out of the strike zone, but Volpe swings at it and misses. Call, strike three. That is the first out of the inning. Well, Jose, I'm glad the Red Sox are looking like crap. I'd like to catch them on a downward trend for once. Jose Caballero is coming up to bat. He is 1-2 on the night with a home run. Seymour sets and he fires and he throws a 58-foot changeup that bounces in front of the plate. Count is 1-0. And Seymour sets, and the pitch is a cutter way up high. Count is now 2-0. And the next pitch is a four-seamer that is off the plate. Count is 3-0. And the pitch catches the outside corner for call. Strike one. Count is now 3-1 on Caballero. And Seymour sets, and the pitch is off the plate for ball four. The Caballero is stripping his gear, heading to first base. Coming up to bat is Trent Grisham. So is Caballero going to take off? And the first pitch to Grisham is a sinker in there for call, strike one. Hey, John, how's it going, brother? And the next pitch is a changeup in there for call, strike two. Count is 0-2. Yeah, I pulled the scoreboard earlier with the Boston-Seattle loss. We could have had the trifecta that would have been beautiful if the Jays would have been taken out by the Pirates, but I'll take it. And the next pitch should be called strike three because it painted the top of the strike zone. However, this umpire called it a ball, so the count is now 1-2. And the pitch is a sweeper off the plate. Count is now evened at 2-2. And Seymour sets and fires, and Grisham hammers this to second base. It is a 4-6-3 double play to end the inning. So the numbers for tonight thus far: Yankees have 10 runs on 10 hits, no errors. The Rays have 2 runs on 4 hits and no errors. Well, Jose, I've been making that claim for a while now, and most people have told me that I was full of crap. I don't know the Yankees. Fire Boone, fire Cashman, fire the people in the concession stands, fire everybody. And I just am not a subscriber to that crap. And for those of you hopping in the stream, if you haven't, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. Well, thank you, Jose. I appreciate that. And for info notes, because of the late ending of tonight's game, Joe with NY Yankee Mania is not going to have a post-game review. So you will hear that as part of his morning show with the coffee, bagels, and pancakes morning show. And it looks like they're doing a little bit of mound work. So we are in a temporary delay. Well, Jose, my knowledge comes from being old. Plus, I do the research. Don't do talking points. It's just not one of my things. Well, Rodon just threw a practice pitch and he slipped on the mound. So they're going out to get the tamper to fill the hole in so that Rodon doesn't end up hurting himself. Lou, I think we're taking a division without a doubt. And I'm loving that the Red Sox are playing like crap and coming to town. Gonna love watching us hammer them too. I would settle for a 2-2 split with the Red Sox, but I think we're going to end up taking 3. We'll bury the Red Sox a little bit more. Well, Jose, unfortunately for Clark, I think you've seen his last his last shot as a Yankee starter. I think he will be relegated to being a bullpen arm, especially after his second Tommy John surgery. And if you look at our upcoming schedule, we have the Red Sox for 4. Then we follow followed up with the Nationals, and then the White Sox. And the first pitch from Rodon to Simpson is a sinker down low. Count is 1-0. And Rodon sets, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike 1. Count is evened at 1-1. Rodon sets and fires in. Wow. He paints the top of the strike zone, but this is called a ball also. ABS, get here quick. Count is 2-1. Rodon sets and fires, and the slider is off the plate. Count is now 3-1. And Rodon sets, and wow, that is a walk to Simpson. Seymour is coming up to bat. He is a replacement at first base. Seymour has 3 games in the major leagues, and he is 1 for 9. And Rodon sets, and he fires, and the pitch catches the top of the strike zone for call. Strike 1. Count is 0-1. And the pitch is on the way, and it is fouled down the left field line. Count is 0-2. They don't want to risk him getting hurt on this mucky field. They took the second baseman out too. And Rodon sets and fires, and the four-seamer is just a bit high. Count is 1-2. And Rodon sets. And the pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. And Caminero is up to bat. Rodon sets and fires, and the slider is up high for ball 1. Count is 1-0. Hey, Celia, welcome to the stream. And the pitch is chopped to Volpe, who flips it to Jazz. So that is a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. At the end of 5, the Yankees lead the Rays 10-2. Coming up to bat in the top of 6 is going to be Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger, and Giancarlo Stanton. Between those 3, we have 4 home runs. Well, Celia, tonight is a bad pitcher's night, especially for Rodon. He sweats a ton, and he's had problems gripping the ball. I think we may get 6 out of him, and that's probably just about it. But this is the first game of 13 straight that we play. So we got to at least preserve the bullpen somewhat. And for those of you that have just hopped in the stream, if you have not, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. If you like play-by-plays, we're here for that. We do open panels on Tuesdays and Thursdays and drop periodic videos with questions for the fans to and the subscribers to contemplate. And the first pitch to Judge is hammered into left field. So that is Judge's second hit of the night. And Seymour sets, and the first pitch to Bellinger paints the outside corner. Count is 0-1. Belly is 3 for 3 on the night with a solo shot home run. And Seymour sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is evened at 1-up. Seymour sets and fires, and that pitch is off the plate. Count is 2-1. Seymour sets and fires, and this is a line drive for right field. This one is going, and gone. And that is a 12-2 lead for the Yankees. Belly's 24th of the season, left his bat at 101.6 miles an hour and traveled 348 feet. So the score is now 12-2 Yankees. 8th home run of the night. And I will tell you, for the Tampa Bay Rays, this is like a freaking nightmare. It just keeps getting worse. And Big John Carlos Stanton is up to bat. And the first pitch is up high for ball 1. Stanton has 2 home runs on the night already. Is he going to make it 3? Seymour sets and fires, and Stanton hits a rocket to Caminero, who fires across the diamond to record the first out of the inning. So Bellinger now has 24 home runs on the season. Coming up to bat is Ben Frice, who is 1 for 3 on the night, and his hit is a solo shot home run. And Seymour sets and fires, and Rice swings at a pitch that is up and in. Count is 0-1. Seymour sets and he fires, and the pitch is inside. Count is even at 1-up. Seymour sets and he paints the outside corner for call. Strike 2. Count is 1-2. And Seymour sets and fires, and the changeup is off the plate. Count is evened at 2-2. And the pitch is foul down the first baseline. Count is going to remain 2-2 as we head to the 6th pitch of the at bat. It's interesting numbers. Wait a sec. Seymour sets, and the pitch is on the way, and it is fouled off of Rice himself. Count is going to remain 2-2. If you look at batters 2, 3, and 4, Judge, Bellinger, and Stanton, they are 8 for 10 on the night with 2 walks and 5 freaking home runs. That's video game numbers. Seymour sets and fires, and wow, pitch is off the plate, but it is called strike 3. Bryce is shaking his head as he's heading back to the dugout. Coming up to bat is Paul Goldschmidt. He is 0 for 3 on the night with a strikeout. And the first pitch to Goldie is in there for call, strike 1. And the pitch is on the way. It fouled off. Count is now 0-2. And the pitch is on the way, and Goldie hits a line drive into center field for a base hit. The Goldie has now joined the hit parade. Goldie is hitting .413 against left-handed pitchers, and the hits keep on rolling. Coming up to bat is Jazz Chisholm. He is 2 for 3 on the night with a single and a home run. And the pitch on the way is a cutter call. Strike 1. Count is 0-1. And the next pitch is a changeup in there for call. Strike 2. Count is 0-2. They got so many hits left in the bats playing. And Seymour sets and he fires, and Jazz swings on the pitch for strike 3, and that is going to do it for the Yankees. But not before the Yankees add 2 more runs. Coming up to bat in the bottom of 6 is going to be Bray, Kim, and Morrell. They got so many hits left in the bats from playing lousy ball this year that they made this game may never end. Hell, they might stick Wells in there to see if he can get a hit. And for those of you that do not know, the Red Sox went down in flames to the O's. The Mariners went down in flames to the Phillies. And the Blue Jays survived the Pirates. If the score holds, we're going to end up picking up a game on 2 of our guys. And for those of you that have just joined the stream, if you could, please hit the like and share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. As far as scheduling notes, tonight Joe with NY Yankee Mania will not be holding a post-game review. Tune into his morning coffee, bagels, and pancakes show for the review and some great content. Tomorrow afternoon, myself, Joe, and Evan will be doing the play-by-play for the Pittsburgh Pirates and Toronto Blue Jays. I will be bowling in the evening, and Joe will have the play-by-play with Evan on the Yankees-Toronto's Game 2 matchup. And the first pitch is grounded to Goldie, who is going to take it himself and get the first out of the inning. And it looks like Jason Dominguez has come into the game. They have pulled Giancarlo Stanton, and Belly is now playing right field. And the last game that we have true interest in is the Guardians and the Diamondbacks. They are in the bottom of the sixth, and it is locked up at 4-4. Looks like the Rockies and Dodgers game is over with. Dodgers clack-a-lack the Rockies 11-4. The Reds are leading the Angels 4-2 in the bottom of 7. And in the bottom of the 5th, the Padres are leading the Giants 4-1. So there are only a handful of games left. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is a perfect corner shot, but it is called ball by the umpire. The count is 1-0. And Rodon sets and fires, and the fastball is swung on and missed. Count is evened at 1-1. Rodon sets and fires, and the curveball is in there for call. Strike 2. Count is 1-2. And the pitch is grounded to Volpe. Volpe feels it clearly and fires across the diamond to record the second out of the inning. Rodon is at 92 pitches. It looks like Mark Leiter Jr. is warming up in the bullpen. So Rodon may get us through 6. Morel is 0 for 2 on the night with strikeout and a groundout. And Rodon sets, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. And it looks like Clevenger is coming in to pitch for Seymour. Rodon sets, and he fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-2 to Morel. If you did not know it, Morel leads Major League Baseball with a 36.4% strikeout rate. And Rodon sets, and he fires, and the curveball is spiked in the dirt. Count is 1-2. And Rodon sets, and he fires, and the pitch is up and in. Count is even at 2-2. Brandon, what the hell does BTA mean? And the pitch is on the way, and it is hit to right field. And that is going to drop right in front of Bellinger for a base hit. Rodon is at 97 pitches, 61 strikes. He has 4 strikeouts on the evening and has given up 2 earned runs. Former Yankee farmhand Everson Pereira is coming up to bat. He is 1 for 2. And Rodon sets, and he fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. Belt to ass. Okay. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is in the dirt. Bryce does a nice job of blocking it. Morel stays put at first. Well, Landon, I'm an old dude, so I don't understand all these acronyms. That's why I ask. For those of you that have just joined the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is up high. Count is 2-1. If you're not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. And Rodon sets and fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is evened at 2-2. And Rodon sets and fires, and that is called strike 3. Pereira is down looking. So that is 6 innings that Rodon is going to make it through. And it should hand the ball over to Mark Leiter Jr. Coming up to bat in the top of the 7th is Anthony Volpe, Jose Caballero, and Trent Grisham. We are 4 hours into this stream, and I know a lot of you have hung on for the entire time, so I want to extend my gracious appreciation for you supporting this channel. And it looks like Clevenger is going to take over for Seymour. And the first pitch is a line drive into the left field corner. And Volpe is going to end up with his first hit of the night. He is going to have a leadoff stand-up double. Well, they were reporting that Clevenger, who is their best left-handed pitcher, hasn't pitched in 5 days. So he needs to come in and at least get some work done. Clevenger is in his 45th inning. Caballero is up to bat, and the first pitch is in there for call, strike one. Count is 0-1 on Caballero. He is 1 for 2 on the night with a 2-run home run. And Clevenger sets and fires, and the pitch is way off the plate. Count is evened at 1-1. And Clevenger sets, and the slider is in there for call, strike two. Clevenger sets, and the pitch is down low. Count is now 2-2 on Caballero. And Clevenger sets and fires, and the pitch is inside. Count is now full, 3-2. And Caballero steps out of the box for timeout. Clevenger sets. Pitch is on the way, and this one is lined. It is a one hopper to Kim, who shoots it across the diamond to just get Caballero. Coming up to bat is Trent Grisham. He is 0-3 on the night with a walk. So is Grishbaum going to get into the hit parade? And the first pitch is a slider in there for call, strike one. Count is 0-1. And Clevenger sets, and the four-seamer is off the plate. Count is evened out 1-1. And Clevenger sets and fires, and Grisham swings and misses at the sinker. Count is now 1-2. Clevenger sets, and Grisham just taps this one foul. Count is going to remain 1-2. Clevenger sets, and the pitch is down low. Count is even at 2-2. And Clevenger sets, checks on the runner at second, and the pitch is tapped up the middle. And the shortstop fields it cleanly and shoots it to Seymour at first for the second out, but Volpe is going to advance to third. And coming up to bat is the captain. All rise, the judges in the chambers. He's 2 for 3 on the night with a homer and a single. Seymour sets, and he fires, and the pitch is a slider in there for call, strike one. Count is 0-1. Ed Clevenger sets, And the pitch is way inside, almost kneecaps Judge. Count is even at 1-1. Judge has been on top of the balls tonight. Clevenger sets and fires, and Judge swings and misses at the four-seamer. Count is now 1-2. And Clevenger sets. Pitch is on the way, and it is a slider down low. Count is 2-2. The Yankees' record for home runs in a single game was set in the first series of the year against the Brewers with 9. And the pitch is waved at by Judge for strike 3. And that is going to do it for us. No runs on a hit. And we are headed to the bottom of the 7th. Yankees lead the Rays 12-2. Coming up to bat for the Rays is going to be Mangum, Fortis, and Simpson. That's going to be 8, 9, and 1. And coming into the game should be Mark Leiter Jr. For those of you that have just hopped in the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. And Landon wants 2 home runs. And Leiter sets and he fires, and the first pitch is a sinker off the plate for ball 1. Count is 1-0. And Leiter sets and fires, and the pitch is popped up to the left side. Caballero is tracking it down, and he's going to make the play in foul territory for the first out. And Leiter sets. And the first pitch is a curveball in there for call, strike 1. Count is 0-1. Fortis is 1 for 2 on the night with a strikeout and an RBI. And it looks like Leiter is signaling Rice to come up to the mound. And it looks like Baker is warming up in the bullpen for the Rays. And Leiter sets, and he plunks the batter. Fortis is going to take his base. It looks like it hit Fortis on the hand. And they're going to check him out without a doubt. And Simpson is up to bat, and the first pitch is a curveball down low. Count is 1-0. Leiter sets and fires, and this one is chopped to Jazz, and Jazz flips to Volpe. Volpe holds on it. That is the second out. So that is 2 outs for Leiter. Coming up to bat is Seymour. And the first pitch is fouled off. He is 0 for 1 on the night. He was a defensive replacement for Yandy Diaz, and he struck out in the 5th. And Leiter sets, and he fires, and the pitch is a high pop up to the infield. Caballero is, oh my God, Caballero just booted it. Simpson is going to end up at third. So that is an E5 on Caballero. Caballero is coming up to bat. And the first pitch is up and in for ball 1. The Rays have runners at first and third with 2 outs. Caminero is 0 for 2 on the night with a base on balls. And Leiter throws a curve that is down low for ball 2. Count is 2-0. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 2-1. Leiter sets and spikes the ball. Count is now 3-1. And Leiter sets and fires, and the pitch is popped up to the infield. This one is to Jazz, and Jazz makes the play for the third out. No runs, no hits, and an error. 2 runners left on base. As we head to the top of the 8th, Cody Bellinger Jason Dominguez and Ben Rice will be coming up to bat. And for those of you that have hopped in the stream, if you could hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider becoming a member and subscribing. If you do subscribe, hit notifications so that you know anytime that we are on air, it'll give you the opportunity to hop into our streams. Hey, Jacob, welcome to the stream. You missed some fireworks tonight. And for those of you that have hopped on, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you're not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. Yep, Jacob, the Yankees have hit 8 bombs tonight. And the first pitch is in there for call, strike one. Baker is taking over the bump. And the next pitch is down for ball one. Count is even at 1-1. Bellinger is 4 for 4 on the night with 2 home runs. And Baker sets and fires, and the pitch is fired off. Count is 1-2. And Bellinger swings on and misses the pitch for strike 3. That's the first time he's been retired this evening. And Dominguez is coming up to bat. He is replacing Giancarlo Stanton. And the first pitch is a slider off the plate. Count is 1-0. And the pitch from Baker is in there for call. Strike one. Count is evened at 1-1. Dominguez is hitting .257 on the season, 9 home runs, 40 RBIs, and a .718 OPS. And Dominguez chops the ball to Seymour, who flips it to Baker for the second out of the inning. And Ben Rice is coming up to bat. He is 1 for 4 on the night with a home run. And the first pitch is inside for ball one. Count is 1-0. And Seymour or Baker sets and he fires, and the pitch is in the dirt. Count is 2-0. Baker sets and he fires, and Rice fouls this ball off into himself once again. Count is 2-1. And the pitch is on the way. It is off the plate, but called strike two. Count is 2-2. And the pitch is down low. Count is now full 3-2. Baker sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate for ball 4. So Rice strips off his gear and heads to first base. Coming up to bat is Paul Goldschmidt. He is 1 for 4 on the night with the strikeout. And the first pitch is a high fly ball to right field. And Mangum is on the track and makes the play on the wall for the final out. So the Yankees are up by 10 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Coming up to bat is going to be Gray, Kim, and Morrell. And Joe is reporting no prime game tomorrow. We are at 4 hours and 24 minutes into this game, or into this stream. The time is 11:55 p.m. The Yankees are leading by 10 runs. Programming notes: no post-game review from Joe at NY Yankee Mania this evening. The review will be at the Coffee, Bagels, and Donuts 8:30 show. Tomorrow and NY Yankees Mania, there will be 2 play-by-plays called. First one at 12:30, the Blue Jays versus the Pirates. And the second game is going to be the Yankees versus the Rays for the final game of this series. So tune in to NY Yankee Mania and listen to some good content. And for those of you just hopping on board, if you could, hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. And it looks like Yuri De Los Santos is coming in to pitch. And it looks like Rosario is going to play right. And the first pitch is a hey pop up to the left side. Caballero does not make the play. So the count is 0-1. And De Los Santos sets. And the pitch to Gray is hammered foul. Count is 0-2. And De Los Santos sets. And the pitch is down low. Count is 1-2. And De Los Santos sets. And the pitch is way up high. Count is evened at 2-2. De Los Santos sets. And the pitch is on the way, and it is down low for ball 3. Count is now full 3-2. All right, Joe, if it's time to make the donuts, what donuts are you making? And the pitch is chopped to Chisholm, who flips it to Goldie to record the first out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Hae-Sung Kim. He is 0 for 3 on the night. And Del Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is 0-1. And Del Santos sets, and the pitch is on the way. It is in there for call. Strike 2. Del Santos sets, and he fires, and the pitch is up high. Count is 1-2. Del Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled straight back. Count is now going to remain 1-2. And the pitch is on the way, and it is fly to right field. Rosario is there waiting on it. He makes the play for the second out of the inning. Ed Burrell is up to bat. Del Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is chopped foul weakly down the third base line. Count is 0-1. Burrell is 1 for 3 on the night with a single in the sixth. And De Los Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is base hit into the right field corner, and that is going to be a stand-up double. And it looks like Montgomery, a left-handed pitcher, is warming up in the Rays bullpen. Hello, Yassine. Welcome back to the stream. And De Los Santos sets. And he fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike 1. Herrera is 1 for 3 on the night with 2 strikeouts. And De Los Santos sets, and he fires, and the pitch is up out of the strike zone. Count is 1-1. And De Los Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is off the plate. Count is 2-1. And the next pitch is a changeup down in the dirt. Count is now 3-1 on Pereira. And the 3-1 is in there for call, strike 2. Count is now full. And the pitch is up and in, goes all the way to the backstop. So Morel is going to advance to third as Pereira walks. So the Rays now have runners at first and third with 2 outs. And the first pitch to Mangum is fouled off. Count is 0-1. And the ball is grounded to Caballero, who has a diving snag. He fires it to first base, but not in time. But Morel is going to end up scoring on it. So the score is now 12-3. Fortes is up to bat. And he gets clipped again for the second. So that is going to have the bases juiced. It looks like the pitch clipped Fortes and Rice both. Looks like Rice is okay. Simpson is up to bat. And the first pitch is way inside. Del Santos does not seem to be able to locate the plate. That is ball 1. And Del Santos sets and he misses outside. Count is 2-0. De Los Santos sets and he fires, and the pitch catches the inside corner for call. Strike one. Count is 2-1. De Los Santos sets and fires, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is now even at 2-2. Yuri, hit the mascot. Throw the ball at the mascot. All right, Sean, good night. Appreciate you being here all this time. And the ball is grounded to Volpe. He's going to step on the bag to record the third out, but not before the Rays score run to close the lead to 12-3. Coming up to bat in the top of the ninth is going to be Jazz Chisholm, Anthony Volpe, and Jose Caballero. And for those of you hopping in the stream, if you could, hit the like button, share the channel out. And if you are not a member of the Yankees The Ugly Truth family, please consider subscribing. We are coming up on 4 hours and 40 minutes on this broadcast, and I want to extend my appreciation to all of you that are here and that have stuck it out through the night. Most appreciated. And it looks like Mason Montgomery is coming in to replace Brian Baker. Montgomery is a hard-throwing left-hander. And the first pitch is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball that paints the top of the strike zone for call. Strike one. Count is 0-1. Montgomery sets and fires, and the slider is off the plate. Count is even at 1-1. Montgomery sets and fires a fastball down low. Count is now 2-1. And the pitch is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball up and into Jazz. Count is now 3-1. And the pitch is in there and fouled off by Jazz. Count is now full, 3-2. And it looks like Tim Hill is warming up in the bullpen. And the pitch is fouled off. Count is going to be made 3-2 as we head to the seventh pitch of the at-bat. And the pitch is popped up to the right side. Looks like Gray is going to make the play for the first out of the inning. Coming up to bat is Anthony Volpe. He is 1 for 4 on the night with a double. And the first pitch is in there for call. Strike one on Volpe. Count is 0-1. Montgomery sets and fires, and Volpe waves at a pitch down in the dirt. Count is 0-2. And Montgomery sets and fires and paints the top of the strike zone for call. Strike 3. That is 2 down. Coming up to bat is Jose Caballero. He is 1 for 3 on the night with a 2-run home run. And the first pitch to Caballero is a slider that is up out of the strike zone. Count is 1-0. Montgomery sets and fires and paints the top of the strike zone for call. Strike 1. And the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is now 1-2 on Caballero. He takes time out. I don't think that that's even an issue, Yassine. I think the judge will play right field in the playoffs. One, two is hammered. This one is going, and gone. So that is the 9th home run of the game, and they tie the team home run record, and it advances the score to 13-3. That is Caballero's second home run of the night. And Trent Grisham is he is not coming up to bat. It's Rosario. And the first pitch to Rosario is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball inside for ball 1. Montgomery sets and fires, and the pitch is right down the heart of Broadway. Call, strike 1. Count is evened at 1-1. Montgomery sets and he fires, and the pitch is bounced down the right field line. And Rosario is going to cruise into second with a stand-up double. And the captain, Aaron Judge, is coming up to bat. Is the captain going to help us to break the Yankees team home run record for a single game? Is he going to get a hold of number 10? And Montgomery sets and he fires. And the pitch is a slider inside for ball 1. Judge is 2 for 4 on the night. Montgomery sets and he fires. And Judge hammers this one to left field. And Simpson makes a diving catch for the third out of the inning. So the Yankees lead 13-3 going to the bottom of the 9th. Coming up to bat for the Rays is going to be Seymour, Cabanero, and Gray. And I'm getting up for a moment to stretch my legs. Be back in just a sec. Whoop, whoop. And this one being the easy one for us, a 1, 2, 3 to shut the door and get us out of here. And Tim Hill is throwing some warm ups. And Hill sets and fires, and the first pitch is hit to left field, and Dominguez puts it away for the first out. One pitch, one out. Gotta love it. And Hill sets and he fires, and the pitch is off the plate to Caminero. Count is 1-0. And for those of you that have just hopped back in the stream, if you could, please hit the like button, share the channel out. And Hill sets and fires, and the second pitch is off the plate. Count is 2-0. Caminero is 0 for 3 on the night with a walk. And the pitch is chopped up the middle. Jazz feels it and fires it to Goldschmidt to record the second out of the inning. 4 pitches, 2 outs. Cannot complain about that one. Coming up to bat is Gray. And Hill sets and fires, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Count is 0-1. And Hill sets and fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike 1 or strike 2. The Rays are down to their final strike. And it is a ground ball base hit to left field. Dominguez gets it into Chisholm. And Hae-Sung Kim is coming up to bat. 0 for 4 on the night. And it looks like the Diamondbacks have beat the Guardians 6-5. That is going to give us another bump on them. And the pitch is up out of the strike zone. Count is 1-0. And Hill sets and fires, and the pitch paints the outside corner. Count is 1-1. And Hill sets Fires, and the pitch is in there for call. Strike two. Count is 1-2. And the Rays are down to their last strike. And the pitch is just fouled off. And the batter takes time out. And Hill sets. Pitch is on the way, and it is off the plate. Count is now 2-2. Ed Hill sets and fires, and this one is in there for call. Strike three. And that is the ball game. The Yankees win, beating the Rays 13-3. The Yankees had 9 home runs on the night. The night was a good night for the Yankees. The Guardians lost, the Red Sox lost, and the Mariners lost. We picked up a game on 3 teams tonight. The Royals were the Blue Jays were the only team to survive. I want to thank all of y'all for hanging out for this almost 5-hour broadcast. Like I said, I will be bowling tomorrow, so I will not be available to call the play-by-play tomorrow night, but it will be available with Joe on NY Yankee Mania. I will be calling the earlier game with the Blue Jays and the Pirates tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 on NY Yankee Mania. There's not going to be a post-game show tonight for Joe. Listen tomorrow for his coffee, bagels, and donuts stream to get a post-game review. I want to thank everyone who spent the 5 hours with me here for this game and the rain delay. I'll end with "Let's go Yankees," and we'll see you in the funny papers. Have a good night and get some good rest. 5-game winning streak. 4-game winning streak. Going for 5.